I've mostly decided that new technology, this kind or any other kind, is a kind of Faustian bargain. It always gives us something important, but it also takes away something that's important. That's been true of the alphabet and the printing press and telegraphy right up through the computer. For instance, when I hear people talk about the information superhighway, it will become possible to shop at home and bank at home and get your texts at home and get entertainment at home and so on. I often wonder if this doesn't signify the end of any meaningful community life.
Nietzsche's proclamation of the death of God marks the beginning of the modern age, the age in which science and technology have largely replaced religion as the bodies of knowledge and the activities that society depends on and lives by. At least one traditional understanding of what God means was at an end. Even as far back as Galileo, the idea was already coming in that the way the world works is neither moral nor purposive, but simply mechanical.
When was the last time you just went out and scoured the streets for trouble? Eh? Like, just go and break something, just to do it. You guys are an inside generation. You know what I mean? You live indoors, I swear. The fellow that I work with, he went to put his kids in Little League, and I tell you what, they didn't have enough players to fill one single team. That's because nobody's doing anything anymore. You know, like when I was your age, I mean, we'd go out and fucking egg houses, you know, for fun. We just meet up and walk around, you know? When was the last time you just went and walked around?
You are so old, Steve.
Oh, I feel bad for you guys, you know? I do.
Bro, you recording me? No, don't record me.
Ourselves consist physically of atoms, and we know that all the atoms have their frequencies. It is theoretically possible to pick up all of our frequencies and actually send us by radio.
You mean we'll be able to transmit ourselves somewhere else?
Yes.
To be reconstituted in some distant place?
Yeah.
Telling you everything you need to know about your key to the information age. The information age.
You aren't recorded, are you?
No.
Okay.
Why is it always destructive? We're all the devil's children. We find what powers the sun and we make bombs of it. We create wealth and we become obsessed with greed. We achieve power and we go mad. We always destroy. Why, Zonfeld? Why?
We don't say Noel.
The information age.
'20th century man was so content with the material comforts, which he was understandably proud of achieving, that he felt suspicious and resentful of those people who tried to tell him that all was not well with the world. Or isn't this the way to sum up the 20th century? It depends on you and me how the future will sum it up. We are now, by our commitments and our evasions, writing that statement for the future historian to decipher.
Bricks, you believe in evil?
As an idea.
Do you believe in the power of darkness?
As a superstition.
Now there you were wrong. The power of darkness is more than just a superstition. It is a living force which can be tapped at any given moment of the night.
And now for something completely different.
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 You are an old man who thinks in terms of nations and peoples. There are no nations, there are no peoples, there are no Russians, there are no Arabs, there are no third worlds, there is no West. There is only one holistic system of systems. Holistic system of systems. Systems. You get up on your little 21-inch screen and howl there is no America. There is no democracy.
How weird is this, Joseph? One day you go to get a vaccine, and the next you're live on national TV.
Very weird.
I understand that completely.
Okay, peace and blessings to you all. Thank you for joining episode 56, man. We're climbing here. Episode 56. Great to see you guys. So glad you are all with me today. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the mods. About to get into it here. Yeah, man. You know what? Let's just get started. I'm going to stop rambling and let's just get started. So allegedly, there's this issue with, things suddenly happening. Things regarding people being sad or sads and the like. Isn't it interesting the way things are turning out now? Everything we said 3 years ago has, for the most part, come to light. And everyone's talking about vindication, and I get that. But at the same time, we've been 10 toes down since the beginning. So shout out to all of you that have been here since the beginning and seeing all of this unfold. The interesting part is, don't think this is a victory. Please don't get all up in your emotions and feel vindicated like we won. We ain't won nothing. It's just getting started. This is the beginning. See, it's a war. It's warfare here. It's information warfare. It's bio warfare. It's the last days, man. A lot is going to transpire. Don't let them get you in your feelings. Don't let them get you excited thinking we are winning. We have to stay on our toes, stay in the scriptures. All praises to the Most High. Keep your eye on the kingdom and be humble and wise yet gentle. Let's get it.
Are you or a loved one suffering from a medical coincidence? You want proper medical care, but you don't want people sniffing around asking a whole bunch of questions about what might be causing your problem. At the Kaufman Institute for Coincidence, we won't look into the cause of your heart or other problem, we'll just fix it. That's right, we promise to only look at your symptoms. We won't get all curious looking for causes, because that could get your employer or your doctor into some legal hot water. And nobody wants that. At Kaufman, we understand that coincidence is now the leading cause of death.
Hey, we've got another coincidence over here.
If we want to operate at the speed of science, there's no time for looking for causes. No pesky questions about drugs or vaccines you may have been given. At Kaufman, we specialize in the effects and leave the causes to the conspiracy theorists. And let's be honest, we know the cause anyway. It was a coincidence, right? For each new patient, Kaufman's talented team of doctors strap on their blinders and look directly at the problem area, usually the heart, just like the CDC recommends. Our main campus now treats myocarditis, blood clots, heart arrhythmia, stroke, heart attack, magnetic skin, difficulty breathing, full body blisters and burning, convulsions, kidney failure, memory loss, cancer, sudden death, and much, much more. Give your coincidence the attention it deserves, but not the wrong kind of attention. At Kaufman. Schedule your appointment today at kaufmancoincidence.com and receive a doctor's note with a real sciencey sounding explanation to provide to your anti-vax friends, proving to them it was definitely not the vaccine that caused your coincidence. Kaufman, because coincidences happen pretty much all the time.
Oh, a sciencey sounding explanation. Cough, man. Hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. Fantastic. I thought that was absolutely beautiful. This was from the David Wolf Twitter. I'm not sure who David Wolf is, but man, and I don't even know if he made that. It's hilarious. And, you know, we got to have a little fun with some of this stuff, of course. Wow. Good to see you guys. Shout out to the chat, all the mods. Yeah, let's get science-y, right? A nice little science-y explanation. That's all it takes now. Something that sounds scientific, right? They are trolling hard, Brother Hope. Good to see you. I see you, Bari. Good to see you as well. Rebounding from narcissistic abuse. Shawana, all the rest. Sean Isaac in the building. Good to see you, bro. Long time. Jules, good to see you. Tropes is with us. Good to see you as well. Faith M as well. Candace Bruner as well. Good to see you guys, man. Thank you for joining. Yeah, man. Pack show today. We're going to be talking about as gas or cash. Some might be like, what are you even talking about? Well, this is just a little inspiration from an old album I used to listen to when I was young in my heathen days, old KD album. But there's a lot there. There's a lot there to be said. So we're going to be touching on what the heck that means and where things are going in that regard. Let's just say it has a little something to do with a little bit of digital prostitution, a little bit of digitization, and a whole lot of digital currency, if you will. And then, Jabbo walkies. Yeah, we're going to talk a little bit about Jabbo walkies. And they're not necessarily break dancing, but they're definitely breaking. That's for sure. Things are breaking all around us. Things are breaking. Oh, shout out to AM1 in the building. Good to see you, bro. Yeah, appreciate that, man. You know, I'm trying to keep up, man. In all reality, I'm just having fun with the merch, man, because I'm like, let me make some stuff that I personally would wear. So I appreciate that, man. So, and of course, what was that? We had Jabberwockies. Goodness, I can't even remember the other part. What was that? Let me pull it up here real quick. And the Jabberwockies, and you know, I know we're pointing fun. Oh, brain chips and salsa. Absolutely. Brain chips and salsa. We got quite a bit to say about BCI, brain computer interfacing. Got some things to show you guys there. But the Jabberwockies, I know we kind of have some fun with it. Realistically, man, this thing is not a game. It's getting really, really crazy. It's hitting home for some of us, unfortunately. So I do have to be sensitive to it. I know we have fun and we, joke, but people are being hurt from this, man. It's pretty wild, and we're going to have to, walk that tightrope and kind of address both sides, the comedic aspect, but also the very real, serious, dark aspect of it that I personally believe has a lot to do with different forms of Depop on top of the self-inflicted Depop that we're already doing by way of lack of reproduction, relationship, marriage, etc. Really real, says Vicky Oliver. Yeah, it's getting too real right now. Too real. Joe Potter, good to see you, bro. Esquivel, good to see you, bro. It's getting really crazy. And this is the thing. It's getting so serious and it's so obvious at this point, but they're doubling and tripling and quadrupling down whilst in the same breath saying, hey, maybe you guys might not want to try this thing just yet. Certain people might get injured from this. It's just so the double-mindedness, the layered, manipulative, deceptive language they use in arguments, logical arguments, etc. It's just so crazy. I really feel for those friends and families of our very own who are in the world, have no idea what's going on and are being terrorized, literally terrorized by the push and pull of this media onslaught right now. Because again, in one breath, you'll see, oh, this thing might be kind of dangerous. You might want to think about messing around with this technology. And the other one's like, oh, well, you know what? Numbers are rising. We got to get out there and get everybody jabbed up so everyone becomes a Jabberwocky, walking around like a zombie, falling over, and sometimes even suddenly collapsing to never wake up again. Creepy stuff. So we're going to be talking about all of these things. And first we're going to be starting out with a little bit of this gas war that we got right now. I know you guys have seen the situation with the eggs, man. Tripling in prices, in price some places, doubling in others. Yeah, I just think this has a lot to do with that food war as well. There's the food war where they're trying to, usher everybody into this, this new type of, goodness. Let me move this. I'm sorry, I got this wrong thing here. Let me adjust this. They want everybody to get into this plant-based stuff. And I have an article. I don't have it today. We'll be going into the food stuff soon. I have a whole thing on obesity and all these new drugs they're coming out with. And oof, man, it's just getting weird. It's so weird. And anyhow, they want everyone to get on these plant-based diets. And no disrespect to the vegetarians out there. I get it. But there's plenty of evidence to show how healthy and advantageous animal-based diets are. And I live an animal-based diet, so I know it works and it's anecdotal, sure, but I've never been stronger. I've never been more fit, never felt better, never been more balanced, never been more quick in my physical movements and thinking. I mean, it's crazy, absolutely crazy. So it makes a lot of sense why they want us to switch over. Not to mention, let me just hold off on that idea. We'll save that for another show. But they have papers now, articles now coming out straight up saying, well, you know what? Plant-based diets makes it very difficult to properly absorb iron and many other nutrients, et cetera, et cetera. And when you go into the vegan stuff, it just gets a lot worse. I think one of the biggest transitions right now is former vegans to animal-based. It's probably one of the biggest transformations right now. It's amazing. It's very similar to, we could compare it to the rise in detransitioning. It's similar in that people are switching things up and figuring out that they've been wrong this whole time. So, it's going to be a huge battle over the next 10 years, 20 years, this animal versus plant-based. And when we say plant-based here, it's not literal organic, personal, private plant or private garden, plant-based diets, etc. True agriculture. This is different. This is like sciencey plant-based stuff. This is GMO, let's just say MARNA, right? For the mRNA, because they're hitting people for that. So they're putting MARNA in everything. They're even trying. That's why we have to be careful, especially with the store-bought stuff. They're even trying to sneak the MARNA into the jabos for the livestock. So this game is going to get dicey. This is why we have to be clever. We have to be faithful, of course, to have strength and understanding and wisdom and humility, but at the same time, we have to be wise and know the game and figure out how to work around it. And a good way to do this is getting back to localism. We always talk about that here. Getting back to localism, working with local communities and trying to create our own sources of food. Literally, man, because they hang these prices over our heads and people can't afford to eat. People can't have basic, essentials like eggs because it's so damn expensive. And this is just the beginning. And I fear for those in the big metropolitan areas, because they're going to get hit the hardest, especially those living in those food deserts where it's, you only got like convenience stores and maybe there's a Safeway if you're lucky or something like that. That's, it's just getting wild, man. So anyhow, let's get into this. Let's start off with this gas war thing. This whole gas stoves. I knew this was coming because I know in California, it's been like this for a while. There, I think you're not allowed to build new homes with set up with gas, right? Everything has to be digital or electric. And now it's being put on the federal table. Big red flag. And it's clear for those that watch this show and have been following this channel, we know what this is, man. This is electrification to digitization. This is just a big ruse, a big ploy to get these smart environments up ASAP. And they understand the first way to do that is alter the general state of energy. And it's amazing. They use the same tactics every time. Children, right? Children tends to be the easiest route. And now they're saying that gas stoves create asthma and all types of we're going to touch on this as we go into this Covidia. It's this new state we have now, Covidia, this new world For me, it speaks directly to this situation. So we'll get there. But first, let's start off with the gas thing. I think we can just start off with this recent Southwest, what I kind of look at as an introduction or an initiation into the potential for cyber attacks, aka cyber polygon, right? So there is this here. I'm sorry, let me pull this up here. There's this article here. In this whole situation, for any of you that might have been flying during this period, man, shout out to you guys. Because I know a lot of people that were stranded, stuck, sleeping in airports, not able to see family. And they decide to do this thing during the holidays. It's all psyop, man. I'm telling you, for just, hey, just my perspective. This is all by design. They strike when the iron's hot. They want to kick you while you're down, get people while they're vulnerable. Just create insanity, man. And that's really what we saw with this situation. Southwest again leads in U.S. flight delays after a huge FAA glitch. So apparently this was some internet thing or data thing. Less than 2 weeks after Dallas, hold on, let me make sure this is the right one. Okay, this is the right one. Less than 2 weeks after the Dallas-based carrier's operational meltdown, Southwest Airlines passengers were faced with another massive disruption. Southwest Airlines jets sit at Chicago's Midway Airport on Wednesday as flight delays stemming from an FAA computer outage brought departures to a standstill. Yeah, crazy, pretty big, pretty serious of a situation. And I'm going to try to present what I think this might have something to do with, at least in part, right? Let's see. And we could go, okay, so we have this one here too. Why Southwest is melting down. I have some ideas for why Southwest is melting down. And of course, who is involved or who is in charge of this whole transportation situation? Of course, Booty Gig, right? And we've talked about Booty Gig in the past. He got to the Booty Gig. That's how he makes his money with the back end and all of that, stuff that they're into. But aside from that, is his father having a lot to do with the transcripts of or the translations of Gramsci, Anthony Gramsci, which relates to the whole cultural hegemony that we've talked about, and this whole concept of using culture to transform and redistribute culture itself as we know it, this whole idea of those in power reshaping and controlling culture. His father having a lot to do with that as well. His big push for digitization and electric vehicles. It makes a whole lot of sense, right? And we could go back a little bit. So this, again, it's always this like lesser magic or predictive programming, this priming where they show us things early, or they'll incrementally expose us to certain situations, and each time it builds a little more. So we can go back to 2021, and we can look at this one here. This was in June. Airline and bank websites go down in another major internet failure. So here we are, right? This isn't something new. It's just people don't keep track in general. Most people don't pay attention to the patterns and the consistency of these things over and over again. They give you the signs very early if you pay attention and you take note, and that's something we do here. So again, Cyber Polygon, those who aren't familiar, the International Capacity Building Initiative aimed at raising global cyber resilience. At Cyber Polygon, organizations get to test their level of resilience to cyber attacks as well as exchange best practices with the global community. So what we see with Cyber Polygon directly related to World Economic Forum, of course, but more importantly, it's very similar to what we saw with Event 201, what we saw with, what was that, Clade X in 2018, and what we recently saw with their recent version of this. I think a couple months ago, they did another one. This type of scamdemic preparedness, right? So Cyber Polygon is in a sense just another version of that, but it has to do with cyber attacks opposed to scamdemics, right? So let's see. And here, this is allegedly the reasoning behind this whole fiasco, the recent fiasco. FAA reveals cause of system outage following preliminary probe. Let's see here. FAA is continuing a thorough review to determine the root cause of the notice to air mission system outage. The FAA said in a statement, wait, is this the right one? Yeah. Our preliminary work has traced the outage to a damaged database file. At this time, there's no evidence of a cyber attack. Of course, what does this remind you guys of? Do you guys remember when this whole Wuhan thing was out, and they were like in February, like slowly introducing us to this concept of coronavirus? And what they and do you remember the CDC and the WHO both put out tweets saying there's nothing to worry about here so far, there's no indication of any human spread so far, everything seems, you guys remember that? And then weeks later, boom, we're hit with, the heavy right. You guys remember this? So it's always the same. They never change up their system, because I personally believe 80% of the population is walking zombies, sleeping, too preoccupied with the world around them, too stuck in their screen worlds, right? It's this concept of information glut that we get from Postman, this idea of too much data, too much information, too much things going on in those screens, to the degree that you can't really pay attention to your environment, and you can't pick up on things that are happening around you. And you also have problems making judgments for yourself, but even thinking critically or having complex cognitive processes and function. You kind of rely on heuristics and different rules of thumb, like mainstream media, for instance, and boxed packaged food, easy ways, microwavable foods, all these easy routes to diet, health, lifestyle, entertainment. We just become in a sense, in a sense, we become extensions of these technologies, whether that be food or computers, right? So really silly, interesting, weird, kind of creepy, all of that at the same time. Lauren Boebert blasts Pete Buttigieg over grounded flights fiasco. Now, what I see happening, and we've been talking about this, is this, in a sense, for me, it appears to be as if they're creating this plausible deniability for what's to come through a type of feigned or orchestrated incompetence on the part of the governing bodies, right? It's like, these damn humans can't do their job. You guys can't handle the environment. You're screwing up the planet, quote unquote. You're ruining the economy, all this inequality and oppressive systems. We just gotta fix this by removing man altogether and bringing in algorithms and artificial intelligence for digital governance. That's my view. I really feel, as of now, of course, my mind could always change with better information, but as of now, looking at all of this, they're just moving us towards a type of colossus, for those that remember that film. And I've used clips from that in many different things, and we'll go into deeper ideas regarding that film soon enough. I'm trying to see, as 2023 comes out, I think what we will see is aspects of that film exposed here in real time and in real life. And Chat GPT is just the beginning of that. Chat GPT, in my view, being a very primitive version of some possible forms of machine learning down the line. We'll be discussing AI, Chat GPT, in a little more depth when we get to the concept of henosis at the end of the show. Okay. But I think this controlled demolition of economies, of industries and institutions, as well as government, is all by design, because they're replacing the infrastructure and the governing infrastructure, the governing systems, which will no longer be groups of men, but actual software systems rooted in machine learning. Now, another thing I want to show you that I believe this has a lot to do with is the removal altogether of travel. By air, but also by vehicle, with regard to gas, gasoline, fuel, fossil fuels, as they call it, right? Let's look at the UK Fire site, right? ukfires.org, governmental site here. this whole absolute zero thing, very similar to the zero COVID in China. It's no different here with regard to the environment. It's this blind walking off a cliff, basically, with sciencey sounding ideas that really aren't scientific, aren't logical, aren't based in reality at all, but really are just ploys to I would say, reconstitute society as we know it, but also reinvent the way we exist in that society and in that civilization, in that world, through fully reorganizing society and the social fabric, but even changing the way our markets work, as well as the way our industries function, through getting to the root of it all, energy, right? So let's look at this here. Check this out. I've referred to this in the past years ago, but I want to bring it back because it's really important. Here we get a really good idea of what they want through time. This is for 2020 to 2050 and beyond. Everything from road vehicles, rail, flying, shipping, heating, appliances, food, mining materials sourcing, materials production, construction, manufacturing, electricity, and fossil fuels. This is full spectrum dominance in a nutshell. It's all here. This is, in a sense, the pursuit of godhood on the part of those in power. All right, so let me make this a little bigger so you guys can see this. Check this out. Flying. Okay, flying. Let's look at the time between 2030 and 2049. Okay, flying. All remaining airports close. Wait a second. This is missing something. Maybe, is this it? All airports except Heathrow, Glasgow, and Belfast close with transfers by rail. Do you guys see this? And this is between now and 2029. All airports except Heathrow, Glasgow, and Belfast closed with transfers by rail. Now, this is, I would assume, specifically the UK, but we understand how powerful the UK is and how influential they are. You do know that other countries are going to follow suit, especially the Five Eyes, right? Which is just Israel and its henchmen. But the same will exist in other countries. Now, look, all remaining airports closed by between 2030 and 2049. In 2050, absolute zero, as you can see here. And then look what we see beyond 2050, electric planes. You see how this works. This is full spectrum dominance, starting with things like energy and, of course, public health. They want to get in the bodies to get the people, but they want to get in energy to control the environment. And plus, they want to change the energy because they need a specific type of energy to support this digital smart grid, this smart environment. They need a certain type of energy system. What we have now won't suffice. It's just not proper. It's not good enough. So they have to transition. The thing about this all is we're totally being lied to about all of this. We think this is about the environment. We think this is about equality. We think this is about making the world a better place. This has nothing to do with any of that. That's the ruse. That's the ploy. That's the excuse to rob humankind of resources and free will. Really, they just want to bring in their digital screen world, Web3, spatial web. That's truly what this is ultimately about. We'll get to the spiritual components of this towards the end of the show. And AI is just a massive function within. Right now, what do we have here? Let's look at this. Now, let's look at. So we see what they're doing with planes, and I've shown you that they want to remove. I think by 2050, I've read, or 2040, I've read that they want only 5% of the flying now, only 5% of what we see now present then. That's crazy. So how do you think we're going to get there? By slowly deconstructing the entire system altogether. A good way to start is feigned attacks or feigned glitches in systems such that you completely shut aspects of it down to slowly get us used to. In the beginning, it'll start with waiting and not being able to get a flight, or flights are too expensive. It's this twisting of the arm. It's this big squeeze where they just want to increase the discomfort. So people will just say, I'd rather not fly. I'd rather, drive. But then they're going to say, oh, but gas and cars got to go too, for instance. Check this out.
Today, regulators in California are expected to approve new rules that will ultimately ban the sale of gas-powered cars in the state by 2035.
This is really important for reducing climate changing emissions. I mean, simply put, we can't address climate change without addressing transportation emissions. It's the largest source of emissions in California.
The new rules will require 35% of new cars sold by 2026 to produce zero emissions. That number climbs to 68% by 2030. And by 2035, all new cars sold in California must be free of greenhouse gas emissions.
Having this standard means that automakers are going to have to make more electric vehicles. That means more models in different sizes and different price points.
Supporters call this a major step in the nation's transition to electric vehicles. Not only is California the largest auto market in the U.S., but more than a dozen states typically follow California's lead on setting emission standards.
So right now, about 1/3 of the new car market is covered by California's clean car rules. And we expect that other states will adopt these California standards.
But the rules could face legal challenges. The Biden administration granted California a waiver that allows the state to adopt emission rules stricter than federal standards, but 17 Republican-led states are now challenging that waiver in court.
Now, like everything else, they're using the states as battering rams, so it doesn't look like it's some austere, federal big state agenda. It's like, no, let's use the states. Just like they let the states make the mandate rules, or cities, counties, lowering it or dwindling it down such that they could make it look as if, well, these different states, these bodies are deciding, but what will happen is there will be this type of indirect and sometimes direct pressure to cause other states to follow suit. And before you know it, the majority of the country is in line with all of these things. We saw something similar happen over the past several years. I guess a good thing is that there will possibly be some states that work outside of this, and many of us might end up in those states wherever they are. But more importantly, these are all just very clever ways to usher in austerity through this false sense of freedom and individualism and influence with regard to state rules opposed to federal, right? Really, really interesting. So this is where it is, man. California bans the sale of new gas-powered cars by 2035. That seems like a while away, but it's not far away, man. I could easily look back 10 years ago. Wasn't that long ago. A lot has changed, mind you. A whole lot. A whole lot. It shows you how much can change in a short period of time. Now, when you add in, technology to that and how quick technology is changing, then things start to make a lot more sense. Here's an example. Delaware could join California in 2035, ban on sales of gas-powered cars. So there we are with the following suit of other states. And you better believe any Democratic state's going to jump on board immediately. As it starts off, as we saw with the whole COVID situation, man, conservative states were doing a lot of shady stuff too. So we can't get wrapped up in the left-right paradigm, because all of that is deception. So we have really, when you think about the whole plane situation, that just all has to do with fuel. They want to talk about, glitches in the system. And I think there is a digital aspect of that too, in that they do have to create new infrastructure, new digital infrastructure, 2 birds, 1 stone. Through this process, through this transition of breakdown, quote unquote, we could break down to build up new digital infrastructure systems to run, say, airlines, aviation, etc. Also, when you look into GPS, when you look into different aspects of spatialism, it started with aviation. Oh man, that's a whole other topic. The Air Force is so fundamentally important when it comes to some of these new technologies. It's just amazing. Aviation in general. Interesting stuff. But so they could create new digital systems, but also create new energy systems, fuel, right? New ways to fuel these planes. And as you saw, as I showed you there on the ukfires.org, they want electric planes, okay? Electric planes. Now, some people might say, isn't this better generally for the environment? In some ways it might be, right? But then we have to realize the pollution and the horrible things that are going to transpire with regard to batteries and how batteries are made, all of that stuff, and all the power that it requires. All the power a lot of these spatial systems need far exceed the power we even use today. That's the funny part. It's like, you guys want to take away our ability to travel, you want to take away our cars, but really you just want the energy for yourself. That's what it's about. They need the energy. They need all of the resources. So they want to make us feel bad about how we live so they could take our resources from us and build this new resource based on their desires and their will, and then recreate man in their image, right? Their digital image. And now we have this. So it's just like tandem. First it's the electric cars, then it's the planes, travel in general. And I think that also speaks to this concept of they just don't want us mobile. It's getting back to the concept of geofencing, digitally limiting your ability to travel. That might not necessarily be physically limiting, but digitally limiting, in that your smartphone, your connectivity, your access to services outside of certain geographical area are, you're unable to access those things, right? We saw many examples of this in Black Mirror. Now, gas stoves. Now it's the food. So, wood burning. Yes, Bianca. Also burning wood. It's just absolutely crazy. So it's like fuel for travel, flying, cars. Now fuel for food. Now they want to take away gas stoves. Now, from my perspective, I think a lot of this is thought experiment. A lot of this is predictive. If we look at the infrastructure, most things in general are gas driven, right? So you would have to reconstruct the earth to change these things. I think we're just being introduced to these things as ideas, creating warfare through bickering and arguing, left, right, arguing, creating these polar sides to change culture and the way we think. And much, much, much later, I don't think we here will see any of this stuff. I think there's just too much development and construction that needs to happen for these things to be a reality. What I do understand with these groups is they use hyperbole and histrionics to change minds, to manipulate, but also to just get us ready and prepared mentally and spiritually for a transition. But really, a lot of this stuff I think is aimed at a world for our great-great-grandchildren. So for me, I really look at this stuff as a lot of silliness, but there will be pain. As the Fed has said, there will be pain. I think literally incremental stings, right? I think the whole egg situation is one example of that. They're going to do little things to hurt us in many ways, but it's going to take so much time. And within that time period of this transition and reconstruction, we're really going through a reconstruction similar to the reconstruction we saw post-Civil War. We're going through another reconstruction. I've said this in the past. I also compare this to a type of neo-colonialism, but it's digital colonialism, similar to the way Manifest Destiny worked and the Western expansion of the past. What we're seeing now is just a digital version of that's attempting to traverse the earth, but also all things, all space. I call it a war on space, a war on public space. They want to like in China, Hong Kong, for instance, they want to get everyone in stack and pack, everyone in 15-minute massive metropolitan cities, smart environments. And through the excuse of biodiversity, keeping the animals safe and all of this. But at the end of the day, this is really about taking away not just mobility, but even public space. Think about it. If they take away public space, and this has already happened through the COVID situation, and most of us were stuck in our homes for weeks on end. Some people still are, stuck in their homes because they're afraid to catch the cooties. They're afraid to get the sniffles. So it's just a psychological way to get people to stay in. But really, if you control public space, you can't travel, period. It don't matter if you don't got gas or if you can't afford a plane ticket. If you can't even go into certain areas because of regulations or barred access, stuck, sitting duck, right? So this is just another part of that. And again, here we go with using the children every time. And what happens, unfortunately, is you get these hyper liberal Karens that, lead lead the battle, with the battle cry, right? So I won't spend too much time on the whole gas thing because I think it's just another one of these introductions, right, to this transition. We're going to touch on the whole kids thing in a second when we get to the Covidia segment. And here's just a story to give you an idea of what I'm talking about. Gas stoves linked to asthma in children. Adult cancers? Scientists warn. Huh? Come on, man. We're not stupid. Maybe some of us are. But a lot of us aren't buying this, man. I mean, think about how long gas stoves have been in use. And I would argue, let's get out of that whole psyop. Where does asthma generally come from? Where do cancers generally come from? Yes, diet, toxic environmental elements. And if you ask me, you talk about gas stoves. Yeah, JABS. Yes, Joe. Asthma. I'd say allergies in general come from that small, short little period during infancy where we are bombarded with external or environmental toxins. Or external toxins, right? A lot of people are like, worried about these gas stoves. I'm like, I'm more concerned with what's in the pots and the pans. And do you run a fan? I think that'll fix the situation right there. It has nothing to do with the gas. What's in them damn pots and pans? What you heating up? What you got cooking in that kitchen? We over here cooking. We steady cooking. We got meals. Hot plates. That's what we do here. I hope you guys are enjoying the meal thus far. But I'm concerned about what you got in them pans and them pots, and are you running that fan? Simple as that. But see, they want to shift, blame shift, and distract and all of that. Nonsense. We need to worry about what people's eating. What are you eating? What are you putting in your body? But see, they don't want to talk about that. Or when they do want to talk about that, they got some technological solution, right? Let us make all of that stuff you call food in a lab. Yes, I use cast irons too. I love my cast irons. We have a great relationship. But I've started using stainless steel more just due to the potential for too much iron, Don't want to get too much iron overload. And I eat a lot of meat, right? So I eat a meat-based diet for the most part. Every meal I eat is probably about 80% to 90% meat. So now I tend to cook more, especially a steak now. It's a big difference. I love them piping hot iron skillets, and I use them here and there. But now for my meat, if I don't do it on a grill, I've been grilling a lot lately, honestly. I love it. But if I'm not grilling, I'm doing the stainless steel for the steaks now, or just beef in general, which is pretty much what I eat for the most part. I do enjoy some salmon. I buy salmon in bulk, seasonally. But anyhow, yeah, come on. Asthma, cancers? For the most part, and I don't even pay any attention to this genetic stuff. Okay, because there was a time when all these cancers didn't exist. All right. It's really about diet. What are you putting in your system? And we've been introduced to all these new chemicals, right? Seed oils and all of these preservatives, all this lab created substances that we're now mixing with our foods, and the anti-nutrients in a lot of foods that we should not be eating, right? And the lack of nutrients in general, because we're not eating enough animal fats. We're not getting enough protein. We're not getting all the advantages of animal meats, right? Yeah, nothing beats the cast iron, Reg. Nothing. Shout out to Brother Regmon. Nothing beats a cast iron. It's the ultimate cooking device, I would argue. I love my cast irons. I got several, different sizes and everything. Got to take care of them though. Never wash them, never scrub them, never put soap on a cast iron. Always oil it up with whether Olive oil. Some people use olive oil. I just use tallow, a little mix of tallow and avocado. But people are different. Depends on what you like. But just never put no seed oils on your. But you gotta keep it nice, glistening oil. All right, let's continue here. So now let's get into Cavidia, right? Let's get into Cavidia. Goodness, this. Yeah, walk. I got to walk too, Supplanter. I love my walk, man. The walks are cool, man. Yeah, buddy. Better believe it. You season it, Zowie. There we go. That's the proper term. Yes, you got to keep that cast iron seasoned, man. You know, I see somebody scrubbing a cast iron in a sink with some soap, and I'm just, wincing, you know. Oh, man. Yeah, get off the food bar. You're right. Let me continue here. All right, here we go. All right. There we are. CDC identifies possible safety issues, guys. Well, can you believe it? Can you believe it? Possible safety issues. Oh. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? With the Pfizer's updated CV19 jab, but says people should still get bombarded with the juice, the ultimate juice. The juice is definitely loose once again, and they're still pushing this stuff. Let's continue here. It gets worse, man. Here we are. CDC identifies possible safety concern. Oh, well, damn. For certain people's receiving CV jabs. The CDC says the safety signal wasn't seen in the Moderna CV jab. So here we got the jab wars. You know, the corporate, you know, this is back to the Pepsi Coke thing. This is the Pepsi Coke war. What team you on, man? Team Pfizer? Yeah, I'm not trying to play this and hear this gnome speak. You guys get the point. They got to be a little honest about what's going on here, man. Because if people aren't dropping like flies, people are chronically ill. They call it the long C, right? The long con, because it's a long con and it's going to last for a long time, right? Yeah, OJ, you better believe it. The juice is loose, definitely. Long convid, right? You want to avoid the long convid, but, you know, what have we been saying for years now? Shout out to Hulk. This whole platform, this whole therapeutic platform has all to do with revolutionizing what scientists call the immune system. There is no immune system, by the way. It's just an idea. It's a concept. It's a theory. It doesn't exist in any material scientific sense, the immune system. Okay, that's to get that clear. And these are the terms that these professionals use, and that's the most amazing thing. It's like they don't even know what they're talking about. They don't even understand how quote unquote immunity works. Even the concept of immunity is an idea. It's a concept. It's not a real thing as they present it to us. Absolutely insane. US FDA CDC see early signal of Pfizer bivalent CV shots. Link to stroke. This whole thing has all to do with revolutionizing what they would call the immune system, such that they create a new digital or therapeutic or technologically based, technologically dependent system of health. Let's just call it that. Think about it. They want systems to rely on updated products. It doesn't just scale businesses and make guys a whole lot of money, because that definitely does. But it also makes eternal hospital patients. It creates a population of eternal patients, chronically sick, this sickly population. And under the guise of long con, they're going to justify all the new technologies, but at the same time, they're going to to make it I guess they're justifying not just the new technology, but they're even making this idea of long con a real thing, because people don't know why they're constantly sick. They think it's these variations, these what they call variants. They think, oh, it's just, it's switching up. That's all. It's a new version. No, bro. Your system is so confused because it got weird little things floating throughout it, producing these spiky things when it's not supposed to. So what this does is it creates all types of illness, all types of dis-ease in the body. And it's different in each person because each person's system is genetically different, functionally, just fundamentally different. There's no one size fit all. The concept of that is idiotic, for lack of a better term. So people are walking around with these technologies altering their systems, and there's all types of reactions because God did not build us for this stuff. And they just put a title on, oh, what you're dealing with is long con. That's all it is, really. It's just crazy and of course people are fearful, right? They're afraid. They're dealing with this. Imagine being sick like every other week. Imagine that. It would drive someone crazy. So of course they need something to appease that emotion. They need something to make them feel better about it, as well as feel better about the decision that they had made when people were telling them not to do it. Sunk cost fallacy. And now they're relating it to stroke. But what are they not relating it to just yet? Though, actually, that's not true. They've recently come out and admitted that there's cardiac issues as well. Everything we've been saying from the very beginning. It's all happening. And it's only going to get worse, unfortunately, because they're still pushing this stuff. Not only are they still pushing it, but they got a new one. A trifecta for the triple-demic that we're allegedly in now. The whole concept of, pandemic, this whole concept of that is just like everything else with language, the redefining of words to redefine reality. Now you just put demic at the end of anything, and people are going to line up for instructions on what should I do next, boss? What do you need me to shove up into my body now? Sick, man. Latest coronavirus variant more likely to infect people who have been juiced. What does that sound like? I wonder why. We don't got to read through these because it's all propaganda and nonsense. And for the most part, people only read the headlines anyways. Headlines shape public opinion. That's why they put out these histrionic headlines, because they want people to have ideas lodged in their brains. Yeah. More likely to be infected, possibly because you can't fight anything off. Because your whole system is just so out of whack and it's confused. Everything looks like a threat to it. Can't even go outside no more. Oh, we got that Tyson. Yeah, we got that Tyson clip, man. That guy. I'm about to show it to you in a second here. Don't even get me started on that, man. Younger, healthy people don't need another CV boost jab, expert says. Well, of course they don't. We know that. We've been known that. What do you mean? Now you want to pull back. See, last year you were pushing on children, making it mandatory for teenagers to play sports, to just go to school. Now that the ish is hitting the fan and everyone's realizing, well, maybe this whole thing wasn't a good idea. Now you want to tell people, you know what? Actually, those young people are just fine. They're just fine. You guys will be okay. You're young. You're resilient. Sick, man. It's just so amazing how demonic this whole thing is. The level of psychopathy it must take for professionals to get behind this stuff and push it on the poor public, man. Pure evil, Blonde thought. Pure evil. Yeah, there's a nice place for these people waiting. Trust me, waiting. Just waiting for them. Now let's look at this, Neil. I want to show you what happens when you're a sellout for the machine, right? But you're also looked at as this expert, this highly intelligent, like super big brained individual. It shows you how some of these experts, specialists is what they're called. And in fact, they're to degrees idiots because they're only good in one tiny little field. And they're just totally clueless to the world around them. They have this crazy autistic hyper focus that keeps them from seeing anything outside of their just tiny little frame. And that's what you find with a lot of these types, right? A lot of these scientists and quote unquote experts, they're useless outside of this corporate system. They're useless. They probably don't even know how to get around day to day. Right? They need directions just to do simple things like taking a shower and driving around the block. They probably don't even drive. They might have drivers, right? Listen to this guy. This is how you see the argument. You see the lack of logic, and pay attention to his mannerisms, his emotionality. He's being triggered. He's like short circuiting because so much truth is being sprayed in his face, and he's just like, no, this does not compute. No, everything works. Everything is okay. Trust the science. It's like this term science. I call it science with a PSY. Because that's what it is. It's ontological warfare. It's not the scientific method. It's not empiricism proper. This is science with a PSY. And this is a perfect example of this, where you get these crazy experts that can't see reality. And everyone worships them and their big brains.
Your own body. If you want to get an abortion, get an abortion. If I want to get the vaccine, I get to choose. So you can't force. If I can't force you to get an abortion, you shouldn't be able to force me to get
because it's not about you. It's about people you interact with, and that's the social contract of public health.
We don't even know.
There is no social contract. I'm sick of these people using this old idea of Rousseau that never has truly been established, and it only actually works in a moral society that has some type of moral objective. There's no social contract. This is just an excuse to control people, not to mention it's all built on a false presupposition that contagion is an actual scientific thing. It's this crazy way to dominate people and control their free will and control their bodies.
If the vaccine worked or not at the time.
Yes, that's what the trials are, dude. That's what. It's not about you.
You see him flip? He just flipped. He just popped a sprocket right there.
It's about people you interact with, and that's the social contract of public health.
We don't even know if the vaccine worked or not at the time.
Yes, that's what the trials are, dude. That's why these trials. Are you missing data out there?
But let me ask you a question. Are we saying only one type of scientists are right?
No, we're saying that the system in place,
the 16,000 that signed that.
No. The system in place to test vaccines. Yeah. There's an entire system that's in place. That with review boards and all of this,
and the average
that's in place. Now what you can say is, I have a better idea than all these review boards and all these agencies and the CDC. I have a better idea. Here's what you should do, and that would have made everything better. Okay, you can put forth that idea, but what I'm saying is, in a case where you can contaminate someone else, it's not about you. It's about the collective health.
You're assuming because somebody can take the vaccine, won't get COVID, which, by the way, I don't need to play the clips for you to see it, where everybody said, hey, if you get it, you're not going to get, if you take the vaccine, you're not going to get a Rachel Maddow, Joe Biden. I can give you Fauci. I can give you, and you've seen these clips before. It's not like you've never seen it before.
Yeah, what happened
They were wrong.
Hold on. So, the strain evolved.
First, did you see him searching through that noggin? Searching that noggin for some type of excuse. Did you just wait a minute. It's coming to me. It's coming. Did you see that? Look at him squirm like a little rat. And then he says, It changed. See, the science has changed.
The strain evolved. Hold on.
You've seen these clips before. It's not like you've never seen it before.
Yeah, what happened
They
was,
were wrong.
Hold on. So, hold on.
He dancing. Gigging, bro. The gigging. Straight gigging. Look at him. Just look at a little twitch.
The strain evolved.
All he needs is a beat. He just needs a beat. Gigging. What? It evolved? Based on what? A computer generated model? Because that's how it was created in the first place, not to mention the jabby juice. How? How is this reality? It's not reality. See, you get these big guys, wealthy, famous, rich scientists, just put them on a screen and everyone just bows down and listens to them. It's just insane, man. Man, you can't help but get a little frustrated, you know what I mean? Just a little bit. Now. Well. Yeah, he is a puppet, absolutely. We know that, right? We know that. But unfortunately, most people worship the things these guys got to say, man. You know, they're the experts. We're dumb. We're not professionals. You know, we don't have the degrees. We haven't read all of the papers. You know, even if we did, we probably couldn't even understand half of it. You know, I admit it. I try to read a lot of those papers, and I just don't know the nomenclature, I don't have the lexicon. I don't understand all the concepts. Man, when you get into some of that biotech stuff, it's literally another language that you have to be trained to understand. So I'm with y'all, man. You know, a lot of that stuff goes right over my head, but I do understand logic, and I do understand the mere concept of having to prove something with evidence. And when they're using like equations and abstractions to make claims for material things, right away I know something's up. Right away. Now, what to know about Southern Triple-demic? We're going to go to the Tennessean here. Shout out to Tennessee. What to know about Southern Triple-demic 2023, RSV, flu, and COVID all at once. Wow. Can you believe it? Just another way to scare us straight, man. Scaring us all straight, getting us all in line for this next wave, right? But I think it has to do with the next juicy juice. We'll get there. There's no room for CV complacency in 2023. What does this mean? This is, again, propagandistic messaging saying, don't get comfortable. Don't start to use your free will again. Don't think you can think for yourself on your own just yet. Stay uncomfortable. Stay a little anxious. Keep that in balance. It's good for us. So we understand that, you know, whatever we say, you'll do. This is their messaging here. Stark scenes from China show the pandemic is far from over. And again, we had that whole China thing over the past several months that's kind of disappeared, right? Interesting how it's just disappeared. And all of a sudden we have all this gas stuff. And now we have the egg situation, which they're blaming on bird flu, by the way. So it's all connected, right? Zoonotic transmission, not scientific, not empirical, not proven scientifically at all. Yet it will be used to take animals away from us, as we've been designed to I personally believe we've been designed to not only eat animals, but also raise them. And the whole plan is to take us away from this natural, God-ordained way of life. That's why, you know, no disrespect to non-believers, but only like those in the truth, the faith, right, in Christ can really understand why, not how, but why all of this is happening. See, we can truly understand why precisely, right? And that's important, right? Because without the why, I mean, every thought is half-baked. There is no essential understanding, right? It's this imbalanced partial standing. Biden administration extends CV public health emergency as highly infectious Omnicon XBB15. So here we are once again. No evidence for any of this stuff. They just kind of create these XB things on the computer and say, yeah, this is what's going around now, this thing. Every time we're going to up the number, right? Tate's 33 cars. Yeah, and then the Tate thing. That guy, I mean, listen, he's a controversial figure, polarizing figure. I understand there's people for him, against him. Listen, man, you going around selling butt, disrespecting women, using women as objects, promoting this, literally selling human flesh, right? You got something coming for you, bro. And I'm not talking about the state. I'm talking about just righteousness in general, right? You are committing an ultimate sin, and there will be consequences for that. So, and I'm not saying that I think he did what they're saying he did, but I do know he was selling flesh digitally, right? So, as far as I'm concerned, all of those things are seriously it's terrible. They're terrible things, and there are consequences for those kind of things. So if you walk in, if that's how you walk in the world, you better be ready for the consequences of that kind of stuff, man. Period. You got to live a clean life, man. If you want to be in that world and not have people coming down on your head. So I have honestly, he's getting everything he deserves. I mean, bro gets on screens talking like he's a god or something. I mean, it's just crazy. The whole thing is crazy. All of these guys are crazy, if you ask me. They're all hyper narcissistic, crazy people on the internet that appeal, because most people today are just so confused and at a loss that they need extremes, constant extremes, just to feel something. And that's what the internet has turned into. Because people aren't living in reality for the most part. They're just living through these virtual actors. I mean, bro, let me stop. Anyhow. So we had the XBB15. Okay, so here we go again, right? And then let's mix messaging. Let's do the mixed messaging. Corn makes a man crazy. It's true. It does. It does so many horrible things to the brain and the spirit and relationships. It's the antithesis of love. Yeah. Pure narcissism, Susan B. Absolutely. Just pure. It's in its purest sense. Hulk says they need to repeat and follow the biblical Jesus according to his word, but they won't do that. They continue to petition through politics in Hollywood. Absolutely. Appealing to man. Living for man and the approval of man and the support of man. So true, bro. Now, let's look at some mixed messaging. So that's another thing we're going to get. This constant state of mixed messages, pushing and pulling, hot and cold. This has all to do with trauma-based mind control. CV cases, hospitalizations rise on the Space Coast following statewide trends. So this is in Florida, right? And then right away, you'll get total opposite in another area. CV hospitalizations drop by double-digit percentage, right? So it's just constantly, who knows what the truth is when it comes to mainstream media, when it comes to any messaging through mainstream legacy media. Here we go. Now, it's a Washington Post. It won't open because it's like, it has that whole paywall thing. But it says, opinion, we are overcounting CV deaths and hospitalizations. And this has been followed up by Leanna Wynn, Dr. Wynn, of course, right? And remember, she was coming out saying, I wish I would have masked my children. Now my kids need to, get a speech therapist. And that's horrible. I really feel bad for those kids. I feel bad for all the kids that are in the same situation because there's a whole lot of them. So they're coming right out and saying, maybe we're overcounting. Yeah, duh. How do you think this whole thing happened? Because you guys blew these numbers in everyone's faces. So everyone's like, oh, well, those are big numbers. So we should do something about those big numbers. And here we are. And now they want to say, oh, maybe we overcounted a little bit. Maybe. a little bit. You got this Tedros. Tedros is back on the scene with World Health Organization talking about, oh, you know, we need to keep sequencing, right? Sequencing. I wonder what sequencing does. Yeah, it just spreads the lies. It keeps this whole theatrical event going. It's just, this is crazy. Here we go. Check this one out. Moderna is banking on a combined, the trifecta, okay? COVID, flu, and RSV jab. Will it work? Ooh. Well, I got an idea. What if they're all the same thing? That's why they just can so easily throw it all together in a one-stop shot. Because it's always been the same thing from the very beginning. And even with that being said, what is that thing? Right? It all falls apart. It all falls apart. Controversial decision to promote shot before clinical trials are done raises concerns. This is in November 2022. Okay. And now they're rolling this thing out now. Doesn't that sound familiar? No trials? Warp? Speed? Anybody? They don't care. They shoot now, ask questions later. Hitting innocent bystanders. Moderna is developing a 3-in-1 jab against COVID, flu, and RSV. And this whole RSV thing. Interesting how right after, months after, they roll out a mass inoculation program for the little ones. Think about it. We're just going over ideas here. Months after that, huge movement of juicy juice for all the little ones. All of a sudden, you have an RSV respiratory outbreak. Come on, man. Come on. It does not take a rocket scientist or some expert to figure out that something simply is not adding up here. So sick of this crap. And maybe I get this way because we've been calling this thing out since 2020. And when you see all of this, it's just, man, you just can't help but, get a little frustrated. Just a little bit. And the test as well. Do you see it? Can you see it? Test for CV19, RSV, and flu all at once. I wonder why all at once. Maybe because it's the same thing. Or maybe it's not testing for anything at all. Maybe the whole thing is just like rebranding and relabeling things as something they're not. And literally taking correlatives and saying these correlating elements, substances, or whatever they are these things without any scientific evidence to back the assertion. But no one is the wiser because we're all stupid plebeians that don't understand any of this stuff. Toilet bowl, or cap. They tell you at the end, facts. All cap. 100%. Cap. Wow. Trial for jab targeting 3 different infections. I don't know, y'all. Like, I haven't talked about the whole COVID for a while because everything's playing out as we've been saying. And it's a lot of us, y'all too, we've been saying these things. We just wait. And here it is, right? And it's all happening from the exponential variants to the exponential updated jabby juice to, the long con. And now I showed you guys recently the medium convid. So there's long convid, there's medium convid. I'm just waiting on the super schmedium and the extra mall. Whoever, the microscopic version. I mean, it's all around the corner. And then I find it interesting how right after they started rolling out all these new pokes and jabs and juices, And right when everyone started to get chronically ill because their systems just aren't working properly anymore because they're no longer natural, they're dependent on technologies that are constantly changing and are novel and don't integrate with biology, in fact. So of course there's going to be all this fallout. There's going to be all this AE, adverse effects. So it would make sense that they would want to silence people talking about it. Oh, don't talk about it. Yeah, so Newsom comes out and signs a bill to police doctors on CV19 and misinformation. Now, I've heard that he's being sued for this now. I heard he's being sued for this. There's doctors suing him, I believe. But isn't it interesting? Right when all of this stuff starts to unfold, of course, the most influential state in the country, California, comes out just like they're leading the charge in everything else from energy reform, et cetera, et cetera. UBI, for instance. Oh, now we just have, no one could talk about the COVID. No one could talk about it. And you doctors, man, you guys start playing around with this money, playing around with this control, playing around with this biosecurity. You keep talking, keep running your mouth. We'll shut that yap real quick and put a dollar sign on it and then put some dollars on that dome, right? We know how they work. You didn't see all those doctors disappear because, you know, they just weren't feeling very well. A little under the weather, right? Not if you ask me. Oh, well, and the Pentagon. The Pentagon dropped CV19 jab requirement for troops. I wonder why. Why now? All that pressure y'all was giving them a year or so ago. All that damn pressure. Crazy. But we understand because it's all falling apart. As predicted, as expected from the very, very beginning. Now, what I would like to do is I would like to go back. Let's go back to 2006, right? Yeah, they lost so many, they were undermanned. Shout out to Cypher, absolutely. And this goes for airlines, you know, with pilots, of course, the military, even sports. We see all types of athletes falling out. And do you guys remember, have you noticed if you've been out over the past year, there's like everyone's short-staffed. Everybody's short-staffed because people are sick. People aren't feeling well. Now, I do understand a lot of people were, you know, escaping work due to the kickbacks, right? It's and I don't like saying I told you so, but we're gonna say it. I mean, you know, we were being persecuted for some time, for a long time. You know, some of us even to this day are still persecuted in certain environments where people are just Covidian out, right? But let's go back to 2006. There's a really funny clip from a comedian. I believe he's kind of like one of these leftist types, but this was funny, you know, back when liberals were actually more conservative, right? Back when there was actually, they were more about speaking truth. They're going against the system, not promoting the system. Remember those days? I used to be one back then when I was in college. I was all about fighting the system, right? The systems of systems. Yeah, and at that time I was a hyper liberal, right? But let's go back. Let's look at Alonzo Bowden. I thought this clip was very, very timely and just kind of brilliant for the time. And it just fits today, right? Check this out, man.
This is the news. Who's paying attention? They just throw shit out there. Who is listening? Every day there's something new. Something's going to destroy us all. Then it disappears. Swine flu. I love the swine flu. I do. I'm a huge fan of the swine flu. You know why? Because swine flu is the only disease that comes and goes depending on what else is in the news. And then they always come up with this thing, oh my God, it's a swine flu. It's the worst disease in history. It's gonna kill us all. It's an absolute pandemic and we're all gonna die unless you wash your hands. That's all they got. It's the worst thing in history unless, you can kiss a pig long as you wash your hands. That's not a pandemic. We used to have flus you could respect. Spanish flu. Now there was a kick-ass flu. Spanish flu killed hundreds of millions of people worldwide. You know how powerful the Spanish flu was? If we were in a room full of people like this, one person, oh shit, we're all dead. Seal the doors, we've all got Spanish flu. They're trying to scare me with the swine flu. Well, what happened to the bird flu? Remember the bird flu? Weren't we supposed to be dead by now?
Well, it's back, hence the egg shortage, but let's continue.
No, really, I don't know about you. I stopped paying my bills. I did. Hello, Visa? Bird flu's coming. I ain't paying shit. No, we're all gonna die. It's on CNN. I'll go out with a low credit score. It's okay. Yeah, I can die with a 517. I don't mind. Sorry. Bird flu. Sick chickens. That's what that was. They tried to scare us with sick chickens. We got wars going on. We have an economy that almost completely collapsed. We got terrorism. We got everything in the world is wrong, and I'm supposed to be scared of a few sick chickens? Oh, 50 people died in China. Really? There's a billion of them. I'm not gonna panic because a few of them checked out. I wasn't scared of bird flu. I was trying to catch the bird flu. Maybe it'll offset my SARS. That's right. Yeah, you remember the SARS? Every time an Asian coughed, oh no, it's the SARS. Think I was worried? Hell no, I was shooting up with the SARS, trying to beat my mad cow. That's right. You remember the mad cow? Huh? Every time you ate a hamburger, oh no, that might have mad cow. Think I was worried? Not at all. Vaccinated myself with the anthrax. It's all bullshit, and I'm not scared. There's always something that's gonna kill us all. A few years ago, tomatoes were deadly. Yeah, a tomato was gonna kill you. And the year before that, it was spinach. The FDA is run by a 7-year-old kid that hates vegetables.
Yo, that had me rolling. Rolling. Very funny. Very, very funny. Don't agree with the dude's politics, but man, that was prescient. If I may say so myself, that was prescient. And I think it's going to come up more, especially with regard to the bird flu, as he had mentioned, mad cow disease, basically zoonotics, right? Bringing up, he didn't use the term, but technically speaking, that's what he's referring to, zoonotic transmission. And it is my personal belief that this is one way they will try to accomplish this plant-based diet, vegetarian kind of universalism, such that people will be shamed and even barred in some cases from acquiring animal meats and animal products. Because they understand, they know, right? They may lie on all of their health data. They may lie on all of their, information and websites, but they know how valuable, metabolically speaking, animal fats and animal meats are for the human population. Not everybody, okay? Because some people are allergic to meat, small, tiny percentage, right? But I just mean in general, generally speaking, right? God has designed us as such. All right, now let's go back. Let's go back there. 2006. This is a bit long. It's like 3 minutes. Let me just I'll play a little bit of, but again, people were joking about it. The reason I'm showing you this because it just shows how much we've changed, how well they've done at scaring the literal crap out of everybody. Because back then people were joking about it. It was a literal joke. And I think that might be why they pushed this so hard this time. Because back then, if you guys remember SARS, I think that was 2003, right? And then we had the bird flu shortly thereafter. And I remember when Zika came out in 2016, I made videos on it. They're all gone. They're not on YouTube anymore, of course. But I was calling out Zika left and right, and I was trying to warn people. In 2016, I was trying to warn people. And my channel was tiny. I think I might have had 2,000 subscribers. I wasn't even doing live streams yet. I was just doing short little videos, just getting, things going. And I was making all these videos about Zika, and I was trying to tell people, listen, this is about inoculations. This is about creating injections. And the only reason I was hip to that was just reading old Bertrand Russell, his Scientific Society book and some of his other works. And he would always refer to this idea of biotechnology being a way to reform human populations psychologically, but even with regard to health, right? Like leveraging health and public or human thought processes through injections, right? And I was reading that years ago. So right when I saw like this Zika thing and the push for a jab, because they weren't pushing jabs for these other things. I don't believe SARS had one. The H1N1 I think did have one. I think that's the bird. I get them all confused, but I just remember they were talking about a Zika jab, and I was like, yeah, that universal jab. I was putting out all these videos, and no one was biting then. No one was biting any of that stuff. People weren't afraid of the bird flu. At least they weren't here in America. So I think that might be why they pushed it so hard in this 2020, man. They did an upgrade on the propaganda, especially with the whole China Wuhan wiggle, viral social posts, right, that were going everywhere. I think that's why they pushed it so hard, because even the Zika, people weren't buying the Zika either, right? They just weren't buying it. You remember the whole Olympics? I was making all these videos about it, man. No one was trying to hear me either, but I was going in on it, man. I was like, look, guys, this is it, man. This is it. And sure enough, it disappeared and nothing came of it, right? But little did I know that a few years later, several years later, 2020, this whole thing was going to come. It snuck up on us, man. It snuck up on us. So here's a video of people singing this song, and it's kind of comedic. It just shows people weren't tripping, man. People were like, look, still grounded in health and nature. Like, look, man, just live right. Wash your hands. You might get a little bug. You'll be okay, you know? It's just interesting to look back then and see how people were then and see how just crazy people are now. I mean, I saw this lady yesterday, double masked. She had on plastic gloves. She was like wearing a hood, and she pulled it real tight, so it's like you could barely see her face, and she had these like goggles on. It's like I thought she was like a health inspector or something for, like, you know, I don't know. It was weird. But this is where we're at, man. People have just lost their minds, and it's all by design.
Hey guys, I wrote a song. What a surprise, huh? Can I perform it? Yeah! Can we integrate it into this? Sure! All right, well, I'll give it a shot. You can join in if you get the inspiration, okay? Well, it's kind of about, you know, did you see that picture on Jordan Barrett's website? It has something to do with that, okay? The posting, you know about that, right? Anyway, it goes like this. Economists say surgical masks will do, so I can't help catching a deadly flu. Public health, where the hell are you? Help us prevent catching the deadly flu. Droplets in the air, H5 and one goes, airborne everywhere. Shake my hand, touch your eyes, goes too, and you can't help catching the deadly flu. Cover up your nose, wrap with patchy hose. Don't you wonder why? And 95 in short supply.
I want to know where these people are at today. Now, some of them are little up in age, so they might not be with us, but I think a lot of these people are still around. I wonder how they handled this situation. I find this clip, it's cringy, it's corny, I get it, but it's so like fascinating because look at these people. There's some deadly pandemic going around, right? And they're all together tight, shoulder to shoulder, singing, open mouth. Remember, they warned us not to sing, not to yell because it spreads, blah, 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 blah. They ain't tripping. Singing, shoulder to shoulder, no masks, nothing. Like, they're just living, man. They're realizing that, you know, we are designed to survive here, even within toxins and whatever is going on in the environment. We're designed to live here, and we always have been. And it's interesting, these types of pandemics, quote unquote, never really came about until scientists started playing with stuff, start playing around with things and injecting stuff into people. Yeah, think about it. Just saying.
Shake my hand, touch your eyes, it goes too. They can't help catching a deadly flu.
I don't know if anybody heard, but did you hear that the boat came down with Bert Roof? No. What? They think he caught it from one of the Cardinals.
Did you know the Pope came down with bird flu? I think he caught it from one of the cardinals. Funny stuff, man. Funny stuff. Yeah, I thought that was great. I love that. It just shows how much things have changed. 2006, man. 2006. A lot has changed, man. A lot has changed. I really wonder what these people are like now. And now, today, now we're surrounded by Covidiots. We're surrounded by people who are just living in this weird false reality, and they're like, they really believe that there's something out to get them, and they're doing all these crazy, weird behaviors just to survive day to day and do normal things in life, like eat, walk around the community, or in your own house by yourself, driving in a car by yourself, wearing gloves and a mask. I don't know, man. This is where we're at. This is as we started in 2016 with the concept of post-reality era. We're here. Now I adjusted it to be a little more accurate with ontological warfare, but in 2016 we started off the channel with welcome to the post-reality era. And here we are. Isn't it fascinating for all those that have been around since 2016? Thank you. We're still here. Next month we have our 7-year anniversary. February, 7-year anniversary, man. Looking forward to it. Madness. Yes, Seven Sons. Absolute madness. Total madness, man. Total madness. And it seems like it's only going to get worse, man, because, well, a lot of people have woken up to this quite a bit, right? But still, man, they have their ways, you know, to get people afraid and scared, right? Let's see. Yeah, let's continue here. Yeah, so now let's go to the next segment. Now let's talk about AI. Let's talk about fallen angel technology. Let's talk about transhumanism. Let's get into some of these technologies. I want to show you some things here. Talk a little bit about Chat GPT. And of course, brain chips and salsa. Going to be serving up some, it's a little spicy, right? A little spicy. For those who don't like spice, bear with us. We're going to have brain chips and salsa right now. We're going to talk about the BCI, the brain computer interface, in relation to spatial web, etc., and some new things that have been coming about that seem to be leading us directly into the Internet of Bodies. And I want to go back to Alonzo Bowden. Now, some of you might not find this clip of him so funny because he, in a sense, makes a point that is pretty offensive with regard to what we believe, but it's poignant. Again, another prescient comment by this comedian, Alonzo Bowden, who I personally enjoy, even though I don't always agree with him. But, you know, who agrees with everything anyone says, right? At least I don't. And I'm able to separate the art from the artist in certain situations for sure. But, yo, what he says here is so poignant and prescient. And let me just shut my mouth and play it for you here. I'm not going to play the whole clip. I just want to play enough so you can see this particular comment here that he makes. All right. Let's see. Full vid. There we are.
Ladies and gentlemen, give him a nice hand. Alonzo Bowden.
And there's always the rumors of Jesus coming back. And I believe he actually did. I think Jesus came back, and I'm going to break it down right now. Jesus is Google. Jesus is Google. Because think about it. For one, what did they say about Jesus? That Jesus is everywhere and everybody knows him, but no one can see him. That's f***ing Google, right? All-knowing, all-seeing, Google. Right? Well, you have to pray. You have to check in with Jesus every day. And you check with Google every day, whether you want to or not. You're like, I got to Google today, or life doesn't exist. And Jesus said, you shall not worship false gods. And Google said, you Yahoo and Facebook, because I am the true Jesus. Yeah, that's what it was, that Google has all the websites. Sorry, this is new shit.
So, yes, clearly a bit offensive, but prescient in that. I think for me, not funny. I agree, Uncommon Woman, not funny. But what I like about what he said, or let's just say what he said was prescient in that, and I don't think he's accurate. I wouldn't say Google, but I would speak more, given our current time, speak to something like AI or OpenAI, for instance. Now, of course, I'm not relating that to Jesus, but what I am saying is the world, right? The world sees it as something like what Christ represents in an all-seeing God, right? This omniscient, omnipotent, omnipresence, right? There is this sensibility, and I would even say function with regard to AI that works in the world as a type of God or demigod or demiurge, right? It's so interesting because we've always been saying this. And so when I just looking through his stuff and I found that clip, I was like, wow. That's actually speaking to something that I think is actually happening right now. What do I mean by that? Is people are going to start worshiping this AI, and not in a Christian sense when I use the term, but worshiping it in a sense that is like a secular worship of sorts, like scientism, for instance, where people will look to the AI to give them all the answers to everything, and not just, mathematical equations, long drawn out essays, books, pieces of art, but even philosophical questions like, who am I? Why am I here? Right? Is there a God? All of these types of questions. They will be looking. They already do, says Miss Masklist. You're right. Absolutely. It's already here. Spot on. It's here. Right. And they will look at AI as the ultimate, the superior being, right? The superior being, because it will be able to answer questions and, sift through data in ways that a human brain could never do. And I'm working on a whole lot with regard to AI and spatial web and simulation theory right now, writing that is. So I'll be sharing that with you guys soon, because it's far too much to put in words on a show. And I'm a much better writer. I don't consider myself a good writer, but I much prefer to write. Let's put it that way. I don't consider my writing good, but I do love writing. I actually don't really like talking on, mic and camera. I much prefer sitting down and writing out my ideas. I think that's the only way that I actually understand myself, is through writing my ideas and, creating all types of maps and stuff to understand. Because otherwise, all these ideas, you'll never be able to access them unless they're put in some kind of order. And I think that's something that writing does. Now, let's talk about the brain-computer interface, the BCI. This is leading towards the Internet of Bodies. This is leading towards the singularity. And this is definitely leading towards Neuralink. But Neuralink I would argue Neuralink is probably behind. And we talk about Musk here, but Elon Musk is just one dude that's, in a sense, a poster child, very wealthy, very powerful and influential. But there's other companies that are doing this. And we've mentioned this company in the past. And I want to show you this clip here. It's from Showtime. So it's Vice actually. So we have to be careful. We have to be careful with this, right? I'm going to try to pause it and talk a little bit. But it's really interesting because this is the future in the eyes of the designers, in the eyes of the technicians, the technocrats. This is the type of technology they want to move all of us towards. They want us to accept this type of technology. It's absolutely insane, but I think it's good to understand what it is and where they want it to go. So when this stuff starts to get rolled out, we could start to speak up about it and create movements against it, because for me, it's not how good this stuff is going to work. It's more about how it will be implemented. I personally think AI is going to fail in so many ways. It's going to excel in many ways, in many industries, but it's going to fail in so many ways. But that's not important if it fails or succeeds. The point is, it's going to be used as a standard system, so that it's going to be trusted. It's going to be established. It's going to have rights. It's going to be equated to a human being. That's what posthumanism is. Everything is just information. There's no longer this concept of consciousness being God ordained or God produced. There's no longer this concept of that at all. Consciousness just becomes communication and information exchange. And once they get the culture to accept this, well, that's when AI, as broken and lame as it may be in the beginning, that broken and lame system will be controlling a lot of industries and will have its hands on the red button, the power button, the go button of many industries and institutions, similar to how Marna, right, MRNA, is now being introduced as the premier platform for healthcare, even though we understand very well it's novel, it has so many problems, it's causing so many problems, it's still being trusted and implemented into systems universally. Big problem. I see the same thing occurring or possibly occurring with AI. So a lot of people, and we do it here too, we all discuss about, you know, how strong or how good is it going to be, et cetera, et cetera. Is it going to take over humanity? Those things are important now. It's the fact that it's going to be just pushed and rushed into massive industries, and they're not going to confide in the public or even ask how we feel about it. It's just going to show up, just like social media. And I think that was the first step. How all of a sudden algorithms are running all social media? How is it that now all of our accounts on social media are now, all of our feeds are now algorithmically controlled? Did we, agree to any of this? Were we even informed about this? No. Well, it's a private company. I get that whole argument. But the same thing is going to happen most likely with AI in our institutions and industries. And that's a big problem, man. It's a big problem because we deal with the fallout and the consequences, unfortunately. Covidian salute there, the little elbow bump, they're all the same. They all have the same politics. They all have the same perspective on public health and biosecurity. And of course, they are directly involved with the premier singularity movement, BCI, But this is not going to be easily accessed. This is definitely going to be class-based, at least initially. And there will be all types of new forms of inequality that will transpire because of this technology, unfortunately. And that goes for most of this new tech. That goes for the singularity and transhumanism in general. It's going to definitely be, it is actually an elitist movement. That's why I call it digital colonialism, because it's no different from classic colonialism in that really it's all about just taking over other populations and installing new civilization by way of new types of tech. And it's always under the guise of help, right? Whether it be some missionary, we want to introduce you to some religion, or, we want to help feed or show you how to farm better, more accurately or efficiently. We want to help you. See, we want to offer up a better way to do things based on what? And from whose point of view? Better. Define better, right? And that's never done. It's always like this hubris, this just arrogance about this, like, what I think is better, right? And it's the same thing. It's the exact same thing. It's really no different aside from its level of technology, right? Yes. So here we are once again. We want to help, the paraplegics, right? We want to fix brain issues, brain problems. We want to cure blindness. I understand all of these things, and I get that type of ambition. And imagine you could. I totally understand that as a goal. I can easily see that, but we understand, like anything else, that's always the beginning. That's just the foot in the door. That's all it is. The foot in the door. How can we get in the door? How can we get in the building? How can we get society on board with this type of technology? And what you find out later, through technological creep, through function creep, mission creep, you see these things creep out more and more into other areas of society and life that they weren't supposed to occupy. Now let's check out this clip. Brain-computer interface. With these devices, you can control machines with your mind. BCI explained.
Imagine you could control computers using only your mind. You could play a computer game without touching the controller thanks to a system that translates your brain waves. Will we all someday have chips implanted in our heads or wear special caps that read our thoughts? Brain-computer interfaces. That's our topic today on Shift. BCIs, or brain-computer interfaces, are systems that link our brains directly to computers. Tech entrepreneur Elon Musk, for example, wants to merge the human mind with AI, for which we would have to have a chip implanted into our brain. That's pretty invasive. But there are also non-invasive brain-reading tech. One type measures electrical activity on the scalp. In medicine, they use EEG caps for this, but sleeker-looking wearables are available too.
You only have to think, and the lamp dims the light, and the video begins to play, all thanks to this wearable. The headband is a non-invasive brain-computer interface, or BCI. It was developed by a neurotechnology startup from France. Sensors in the headband read brainwaves and translate them into commands for electronic devices. BCIs like this could be game changers for video games. They could enhance or even replace controllers, allowing for greater speed and more intuitive gameplay. Being able to control devices with thought is especially useful for situations when you need your hands for other purposes. A kit like this costs around $400 US. These headphones from a US startup claim they can tell their wearer when they focus best to help them work more efficiently. The electrodes which measure the brainwaves are located in the headphone padding. Electric activity in the brain indicates concentration levels. The measured data is processed in an app to show wearers when they are able to work most productively. Music to fit your current mood and alerts for when you need a break are also included. This BCI should become available for purchase in 2022.
For some, a brain-computer interface would be a nice to have. But for others, it would drastically improve their quality of life. Like for people who are paralyzed. A successful brain implant would increase their independence. This dream has come true for Nathan Copeland. Here we see him playing the game Final Fantasy just by thinking. And here is his robot hand in action. This is how his brain-computer interface works.
When Nathan Copeland suffered an accident in 2004, he was left with tetraplegic paralysis. But thanks to a brain-computer interface, Nathan can now move a prosthetic arm. Electrodes in his brain read his brainwaves and send signals to move the prosthesis. The reason why we are able to control electronic devices by the power of thought alone is because our brains use electronic signals. The human brain has 86 billion neurons, and each one sends signals across thousands of synapses. When we want to raise our arm, say, a region in our brain becomes active as neurons fire. If the voltage changes by a large enough amount over a short interval, a neuron generates an all-or-nothing electrochemical pulse, called an action potential, and a signal gets sent between the neurons. This action potential can be measured with electrodes. These have miniature metal needles that record the voltage change. The more needles an electrode has, the more accurate the measurement. Nathan Copeland had an operation to insert.
I think I've had enough of that. Oh man, I didn't want to see this image here. Wow. Okay. Yeah, man, these are just examples. We'll be going into more of this tech as things go on, but I just want to give you guys a little understanding of what BCI is and, you know, what Neuralink is really all about, and how they're really pushing this forward in a way that would suggest It's only a matter of time before this is at a consumer level and publicly available, not just for patients suffering from severe, I guess, ailments, right? This will be targeting gamers, unfortunately. And this will lead directly to the final form of metaverse and the spatial web, where you can no longer tell the difference between virtuality and material reality, because you're interacting, engaging, and functioning within virtuality through your material brain. So it's this very interesting way of merging the material with the virtual to the degree that the subject cannot tell the two apart. And then we get into what I would call a type of schizophrenia. And eventually, when I feel we're there, I'll bring out some of my Kernberg work, psychologist Kernberg, and his concepts of the externally internal with relation to the murkiness of these things that creates different types of disorders, for lack of a better term, but really a type of an ontological disruption, this type of schizophrenic type of experience, right? When you can no longer tell the difference between yourself and the environment. This is, in a sense, a way to describe what schizophrenia is. In schizophrenia, there's a disruption between the external and the internal. So what happens is the internal, when I say internal, I mean the identity, I mean the thoughts, right? The internal experience of each person is there's no difference between the external. So this is why you see a lot, in many cases, speaking to the wind, speaking to the air, talking to things that aren't there, because there is a disruption between that wall, that substrate of separation between the external and the external, such that it's all one. And there's also no self. There's no self ego identity. The world is the self is the world. And in this scenario, what you find is this inability to tell the difference between self and world, which forms a non-reality where there is no reality. There is just an experience. And this is precisely, and we'll be going into depth with this stuff as time goes on, this is precisely what virtuality and the spatial web will produce in the majority of populations. And there's no escaping it, because what this technology seeks, or what this technology aims to do, is literally break down the binary, shatter the binary between physical, virtual, external, internal. This is a perfect recipe for universal schizophrenic experiences and features. And it's right around the corner. It's really a lot. It's going to be here a lot sooner than we think. And again, it's going to be at a low level technologically speaking, but it will be tested on live human beings, just like the past 3 months, all these other things were tested on us. They will be testing these brain chips, and they will be testing these different technologies, and they'll start off with Google type glasses, MR glasses, mixed reality glasses, as you saw there, those headphones. They're going to start off with all these very non-invasive wearables that get us used to this relationship with the internal and the external being fused through technological devices, and eventually just go into the injectables or the implantables. Very creepy, very weird, in a way kind of scary when you think about what this kind of tech will do to the human being as a biological system, but also the human being as with regard to behavioral patterns and just psychology as we know it. It's going to totally transform how we interact with each other, but also our environment. Hence, this concept of ontological warfare. Yes, Van Allen, virtual mirror. Yes, this concept of digital twin, where everything we see ourselves and the environment in a digital form, and we won't be able to tell which one's real, because they'll both be equally real. So if they're both equally real, does reality exist at all? That's the question. And that leads to the whole concept of full-on schizophrenic disorientation, which is all this technology is going to produce, outside of all of the fancy and altruistic ideas they have going in. We want to help people with brain problems, sure. But wait until the technology gets so good that there's consumer-based models that deal with just everyday consumers. And children are using these technologies to play video games all day, and they get stuck in these video game virtual worlds, and they can't escape because there's nothing to pull them out, because it's happening literally inside their brain. Imagine, just imagine. And we got Elon Musk promoting all of this stuff, and he's supposed to be some kind of savior. Crazy, absolutely crazy. Now let's add to this. What else? It's not just these brain injuries and things like that, but it's also things as simple as depression, right? Anxiety, which I believe are really rooted in lifestyle and diet. I think a lot of people are deficient in minerals. I think a lot of people are deficient in nutrients that cause hormonal imbalance that affect the body metabolically. And when you have hormonal and metabolic imbalance, the first thing that happens is a change in mood and a change in cognitive function, as well as a change in just the way the body overall feels. And a lot of people experience this through something called depression or anxiety that also are related to things like trauma from childhood. All of these things play a role. But I think that the mere idea of lifestyle and diet is totally disregarded when we think about these types of mental issues. So it's fascinating, just like they want to now, currently they're creating jabs for things like cancer that are, I'd say, inherently diet-based. They're creating tools and solutions for problems that the solutions not only can't solve, but have nothing to do with. So just the mere concept, I even have an article here. I didn't pull it up for the show, but I have an article that's talking about jabs for bacterial infections. It's like insane. It's like, are you starting to see how everything is merging? Everything is just coalescing into this fluid blob, and there's no distinction. And we'll get there when we get to hypnosis. It's like they're trying to eliminate distinction, eliminate boundaries, eliminate binaries that are God ordained in fundamental aspects of reality, life, creating meaning, even the mere concept of logical concepts like law of identity and all of these laws that create distinction so we could understand reality through difference, negation. It's like they're trying to eliminate all of these boundaries that give us the opportunity to experience life. And when you look at it that way, it makes sense when you think about, oh, well, maybe they just want everybody in like some soup connected to some machine. So they're not actually living, because what's the purpose of living when all you're really useful for is this type of battery of sorts, you know? So it makes sense why they want to break down boundaries and all of these things, because ultimately the goal is to farm humans. And I guess we're kind of getting to the Matrix metaphor, and it's much deeper than the Matrix metaphor, right? But I think this is just a general understanding. And again, I don't believe any of this is going to happen in our lifetime. Not at all. I mean, this is way down the line from my view. And I know that's a debatable topic, but I don't see any of these things transpiring anytime soon. It's going to take generations, literal generations, for these things to become concrete experiences and to define the world around us. I think for the next even 50 years, a lot of this stuff is going to be contingent on connected technologies. It just doesn't make any sense. And again, I could be wrong, but I think it's just going to take a lot of time for any of this stuff to really work, because I think there's going to be a lot of decay, a lot of breakdown, a lot of dysfunction, and a lot of negative consequences. Before that thing is running smooth, there's going to be all kind of breakdown, because they're overzealous, they're arrogant, they think they know more than they do, and they disregard human life. So just based on their motives, based on their dispositions, based on their belief systems and worldviews, it's very clear. And of course, based on the world that exists as we know it, and historically speaking, we understand this. There's going to be a whole lot of problems here, especially when you're this gung-ho and you don't really know what you're doing. It's like shooting in the dark. But yeah, they want to use this for depression. So let me show you this here. Check this out, man. This is real stuff, man. Woman successfully treated for depression with electrical brain implant. Yeah, here it is, man. So there's another angle. All right, psychiatry. Remember, isn't it interesting how they were getting away from recently the whole serotonin kind of thing, the whole chemical imbalance? They came out and said, you know what, we have no conclusive evidence for this, just like anything else. But isn't it interesting the way they did that? Because maybe they're moving towards, as we've said here, a new type of technology to address things like depression, things like mental illness, things like cancer. Completely new platforms. mRNA as an example, or MARNA, and now different types of brain chips, right? It's just, we're shifting. It's a transition. Just like we're transitioning to new forms of energy, we're transitioning to new forms of currency, we're transitioning to new forms of medicine, right? It all works together. I mean, this is precisely why we're dealing with public health, climate change, and the energy. This whole idea of energy, environment, health, public health, right? This is the way they're twisting all of our arms, and through confusion, through information glut, through giving us so much information, so much disconnected info that no one really has a ground to stand on. We become exhausted, right? We become helpless and in need of assistance and guidance. And I think that's all by design. Yes, Jackass Bauer, very, very well said. Alzheimer's, statins, and depression. Yes, there it is, man. You know exactly what you're talking about. All of these things. Precisely. And that's the most difficult part to deal with, is how manipulated our friends and families are with all of this drama we see, in the news and all of these events that are occurring. They're really just props for the implementation and introduction to these new forms of tech. They know we're not going to accept these things just willy-nilly. They know we're not just going to accept them with open arms. These things are highly technological, novel, and highly invasive. They rob us of privacy, bodily autonomy, all of these different things. So they know very well the majority of people aren't going to accept these things. So they have to introduce them in ways that are manipulative and deceptive. All right. Stunning neuroscientific advance gives hope to those with mental illness not helped with drugs. And why? Why aren't people helped with drugs? People aren't helped with drugs because these drugs have never really worked. Now, I do understand some people, and I know some personally, that have been on SSRIs for years, and they've actually helped quite a bit. So I do understand that there can be positives in these things, but we don't know. We just know correlation with a lot of this stuff. We don't know causation. What are the causal factors? We don't really know. There's so many interactions with medicine, environment, even frequency, right? Frequency, medicine, environment, temperature, diet, right? Things that you're consuming, things you wear. Like if you wear a lot of plastics, these have an effect on heavy metals. All of these things, from our environment to our diet to frequencies, water, all of these things create a type of synthesis that is your experience. That's going to be different for everyone. It's impossible to come out with a fact of why something is happening with regard to biological medicinal interaction. A lot of it is a guessing game, especially when it comes to anything. A lack of sunlight. There we go. Thank you, Laura Strobel. How could I forget sunlight? Absolutely. Good point. Gosh, absolutely. And just physical activity, etc. So how can we say we know for sure about anything, especially regarding the brain, which is such a massive blind spot and question mark when it comes to quote unquote science, and psychiatry is a complete joke, and they realized that the business of psychiatry is falling away. So now they have to switch gears and go to different types of technologies. Geoengineering. Yep. Christopher Zen. Absolutely. Stunning, right? It's stunning. They want us to get excited about it. Get excited, guys. We got this new tech, and you know who's going to be promoting this stuff. You know Elon's going to be promoting it like crazy, and all of his minions, right? A woman with severe depression has been successfully treated with an experimental brain implant in a stunning advance that offers hope to those with intractable mental illness. Intractable. Just that term is so flawed. It's so flawed. It's under the presupposition that you know exactly why it's there, how it got there, and how it actually functions. Because if it can't be fixed, you must know how it was broken. The device works by detecting patterns of brain activity linked to depression and automatically interrupting them using tiny pulses of electrical stimulation delivered deep inside the brain. Wow, doesn't this go right back to the old electrical stimulation? I think that was in the 70s, 80s, where it's pretty popular. I got some paperwork on it. Really interesting stuff. Totally invasive, totally traumatic and abusive. Surprisingly having some positive effects in some people. But again, we don't know what caused that positive effect. We can't say it was the therapy that did it. Just like they can't say it was the juice that kept someone from getting some type of symptom. Right? It's all the same. It's all false presuppositions, assertions, make-believe, abstractions deemed objective truths. It's fascinating how this still works on everyone. But again, I think it goes right back to the concept of the majority of people tend to be followers. The majority of people tend to be overworked, exhausted, can't really think for themselves, aren't really interested in thinking for themselves. Lobotomy, yeah, that's a good one. That's a good term for this. And really just want to be told what to do, want to be provided things. I mean, that's just a general fact, I think, in human behavior. And I think history proves this. Therapy. Yeah. Christopher said, yes. Yes. Parentheses at all. Yes, man. You already know. I don't got to explain it. We've touched on it plenty here. Yes, sir. The device works by detecting patterns of brain activity linked to depression and automatically interrupting them using tiny pulses of electrical stimulation. So this, again, thought experiments, just ways to get into the brain. Ways to get people to accept professionals, experts, technicians digging in their brain. It's all about just getting us to accept these things and allowing it. Brain implant successfully fights off depression, scientists say. This is futurism.com, a transhumanist organization. A publication. I suddenly felt a genuine sense of glee and happiness, and the world went from shades of gray to just grinning. Yikes. Yikes. Researchers seem to have uncovered the trick to successfully using deeper brain stimulation to treat depression, and it hinges on patients' mood. For years, doctors have been probing the use of targeted electrical shocks to treat clinical depression, and while many experts agree that it's a promising avenue for treatment, the research has yielded mixed and limited results. Of course, as always, and it always does. Right? It's just designer fallacy every single time. Right? Every single time. Oh, but it's okay, though, even though we don't have much evidence or anything, it's going to work. Right? It's just going to. This is naive optimism. Published Monday in the journal Nature Medicine shows that electrical stimulation can have a profound antidepressant effect, just so long as the shocks are carefully tailored to an individual patient's specific moods and symptoms. And let me add to that here. There is a possibility some of this stuff can have legitimate positive effects, but can we trust the technology, the people who make it, who use it? What are the consequences, right? What are the side effects? What's going to happen down the line? These kind of questions, I think, are more important than the little positives that are gained. And I do understand suffering depression and anxiety and these types of disorders. Yeah, this is pure MK Ultra, Christopher Zen. Yes, purely in a pure sense. Yes, and I do understand it's very difficult to deal with these types of things. Sure, but there's other elements. It's so interesting how, and I think I had a meme of this fairly recently where it's like someone suffering from depression and they're like, oh, I'm suffering from depression. It must be my genetics. And it like shows all these little images of all their addictions, like sugar and, like playing video games 12 hours a day, not sleeping well, getting no sunlight, doing no physical anything, right? And it must be my genetics. That's why I'm depressed, right? And it's like, no, it's your lifestyle. It's what you're putting in your body. It's what you're putting in your brain. A lack of sun, right? It's, being in front of a screen too much, not actually touching grass, not actually interacting with people, not getting out, sweating, and doing things in the real world, being a material human being, right? All of these things, I think, are prime all these things are prime reasons for us having all of these illnesses. In many ways, it's lifestyle, it's diet, and other things as well. But it's interesting how many people will disregard all those things and say, you know what, let me just get some quick fix. Let me lodge something in my brain. Let me shock myself with electrical signals to fix this problem so I could get back to my lowly, lost living experience and addictions and preoccupations and substance abuse and just confusion and disoriented world life. It's like, okay, yeah, makes a whole lot of sense, doesn't it? So there's a lot of these. World's first brain implant to treat depression to start second human trial. So this is all the rage. It's legit. It's here. It's the new frontier. The brain, definitely the new frontier. There we go. Why can't we see this? The brain is definitely the new frontier. One of the new frontiers. The body, the brain, all of these things. Biology, right? Merging tech with the material biological systems. This is the new frontier, I would argue, because this is how they accomplish full spectrum dominance from the internal aspect. So the environmental or the external full spectrum dominance has to do with spatialism or spatial web, Web3, MR, mixed reality. This whole concept of creating a type of world that is digitally twinned. That's how they do the external, and the way they do the internal is through these types of invasive and non-invasive technologies that in a sense hijacks your senses, right? It hijacks your cognition even. Scientists recently implanted electrodes into the skull of a patient in order to treat their depression with the hope that their condition might be eased by short and small electric pulses into the brain. And now they're awaiting the start of a second trial. This technology was actually unveiled back in September when doctors in St. Louis shaved off some bits of the patient's skull in order to install electrodes into it. The surgery was performed by startup Intercosmos. Wow. Think about that name there. Intercosmos. Creepy. Just one of the several companies working on technology that can be implanted into the brains of patients. Of course, the most high profile of those companies is Neuralink, owned by Elon Musk. That business has been the subject of some recent controversy, but also claims to have trained monkeys to play video games with their minds, and we've shown you that several shows back. So here we are, guys. Look at this in an image. This is transhumanist future, right? Look at that. Look at this. It looks like something you put contact lenses in, but now instead of contact lenses, we're going to brain chips. Now all you need is a salsa. That's about it. And then you got yourself a little snack, right? You got yourself a little appetizer there, right? For the new virtual experience. Yeah, sounds like Black Mirror, Janine. Yeah, you're spot on. Absolutely. Yeah, Christopher, this goes back to the 40s, maybe earlier. I wouldn't say much earlier. I do understand the movement of technocracy was in the 20s. So the ideas definitely go back before the 40s, but the actual technology comes out of the cybernetics studies at the Macy conferences in the late 40s, early 50s. That's where the tech, at least as far as what we're seeing now, really comes from. That was definitely early 50s, late 40s, where these ideas plus the tech started. But just the ideas in general of a type of singularity, of a type of technocracy, definitely goes back to the 20s. And I think we get a good cultural example through the film Metropolis, and it was followed up by many others later, like Brazil, for instance. And we even see some more current examples that are seeming very, I'd say, prescient. Things like Children of Men, for instance. So yeah, man, it's wild stuff. But again, as always, I will always make it clear that a lot of this stuff is in its infancy. A lot of these technologies, though they are advanced in many ways, they're embellished, and the trust, the optimism is at levels of, I would even argue, possibly insane. So these guys, they're just wrapped in their own little false worlds. Unfortunately, they have a lot of power, money, and technological savvy, so they can produce these things, and they will. And unfortunately, many people will accept them, but I really don't see any of this stuff actually working to the degree that they claim anytime soon, that's for sure. Especially anything invasive like this. When we want to talk about mixing technology with biology, especially the brain, there will be severe, I would argue, severe rejection, especially when we start to see this thing more produced in a mass sense. when it's produced in mass, we'll definitely see a reaction, because once you increase those numbers and you start to get an aggregate, that's when the consequences and the negative effects show up. And I think we're seeing an example of that currently through the response to the COVID mass jab movement, just as an example. All right, let's see, what do we got next here? I think I got a clip here of something. Oh, sorry. I think that was kind of loud. Jeez. Yeah. Let's look at it. This is a clip of where are we going with this? Well, what I see. Let me read some notes. Actually, let me read some notes here. I see this is going towards a type of pre-crime. I think we're moving towards, once we get this, once we have this like connectivity, this ability to farm and house and manage data at this level, literally connected to bodies, will get real-time information in real-time data management and production. Once this is accomplished, we'll be able to have network systems that can create like proto pre-crime, because they'll have enough data, they'll have enough information. And we already see that now through things like Chat GPT, that's able to write essays. Even though they're not very good, they're surprisingly clever and surprisingly human. And when I say that, I mean in a way that aims to be this whole as if kind of scenario. It's clearly not, but it definitely passes the Turing test if you just read one of these things. Once we have this, we see that in an example with ChatGPT. It has so much data. It's able to structure these types of things. And with even more data, they'll be able to structure scenarios and simulations. And once they can create simulations based on enough data, they can start to predict or attempt to make predictions. And so what we're seeing with that being said, we can clearly move into some type of minority report situation. I'm going to show you a little clip here of that. Let's see, respiratory health issues. Okay, so we got that done. Oh, I wanted to start off with this idea of year of division. So I think that's what we might be seeing. We're already seeing it now. I think especially with this whole Biden thing, this whole like documents, it reminds me of the old Trump situation, reminds me of the Clinton emails. I mean, all this, it's just silliness. I wonder who writes this stuff. I'd like to see who that person is. But year division, similar to 2016. So I remember that's when I started this channel. I remember how divided everything was right when Trump came out. Like, I'm going to run for president. The whole Trump Clinton thing, it was insane. It was actually pretty entertaining, but it was insane. And I'd never seen the nation divided so much. The closest to that, I think, might have been during, of course, the Michael Brown situation. And prior to that, definitely, and the reason I always refer to it, because I think it's very important, is the O.J. Simpson trial. But even before that was the 1991 Rodney King beating. And those three events I always use as benchmarks for social engineering, especially through race programming and what is called the chessboard, right? The playing of the chessboard, the black against the white. I think it started off with the Rodney King beating that pretty much kicked open the door. And there were other events prior, but nothing was as big as this. Why? Because it was put in video, and this started everything as far as symbolism and screen worlds are concerned. It's very significant that it was put on video and in a sense leaked out and presented. Very similar to what we saw with 9/11 and how it was recorded and everyone saw it. It's like when you see it with your own eyes in real time and everyone's experiencing it for the first time. I think that has, well, I know that has a very significant psychological effect on a mass of, or on a population of people. Social engineering 101 there. I think another example of that would be the killing of the king, as far as Arthur, what is his name? Not Scholar, Arthur Kessler wrote in his book, Ghost in the Machine. He describes this concept of the killing of the king, where JFK was murdered in front of hundreds of people, and eventually thousands of people witnessed that. And that was, in a sense, this type of traumatic blow to the body, right? To the population of people that it literally changed culture and the direction of the country forever. I think we saw that with the Rodney King beating and the significance of it being on film, being watched over and over again, played for the audiences and those watching the news over and over, this repetition of traumatic repetition. I think we also saw that extremely increased with the O.J. Simpson trial. As I explained in the past, I remember we were watching it in school. I was in high school at the time, and I remember we were literally watching the O.J. Simpson thing in school. Yeah, it definitely a psyop for sure. All of them, personally. I think even the Rodney King beating was a psyop of sorts. But yeah, these Rodney King, O.J. Simpson, and then topping it all off with Michael Brown. I think these were the very, very significant events to cause this type of this ripple effect, this fissure, this literal just the ground cracking open, and metaphorically speaking, to the wound that was created between the black and the white populations. And I think from that point forward, they were able to get where they are now. As far as division, I think we were slowly divided through these mass events, of course, through screens. That's the only way they accomplished these things, through screens, video, and audio. And of course, traumatic repetition through news. And so by the time we got to 9/11, which just made things even worse, though it brought us together as a country, quote unquote. We were already divided as it was, so it was very hard for us to even experience that, which was another traumatic blow. And then, of course, what comes around the corner, we get the Michael Brown, the BLM, Obama, that whole psyop, and then boom, George Floyd plus a pandemic, recipe for total social engineering and disaster. And here we are. So I think with all of that being said, I just think it describes how over time we've been divided, and I think that's just some of my personal evidence that I kind of use to make sense of how stupid everyone is today for the most part, how easily manipulated everyone is today for the most part, how divided everyone is today for the most part, especially with the introduction of Trump right after Obama, this kind of like hot and cold scenario where you have the liberal black and then you have the conservative white back to back, like that black and white chessboard play. Brilliant. Creating these new bodies, this new right, this new left. And here we are now. No one knows what the heck they are. No one even knows what a woman is anymore. It's pretty interesting. But here we are. And that's how they accomplished it. So when I look at something like the pandemic, masking and jabs and all of that just divided us even further, and now we're all kind of like sitting ducks. We're all just ready for the next instruction, we're ready for the next event. And when I say we, I just mean the general population, not us per se. But it's just wild, and I think it makes sense because if they want this type of new virtual world where everyone's just kind of plugged into machines and they're not authentically living anymore, you got to slowly break social groups down, and you got to use division, divide and conquer, and these types of different things to accomplish that. And I think that's just what all of this has turned out to be. So this year, I think, Waco, that's another one. LS, there's a lot. It's hard to be exhaustive here because there's so many psyops. You're right, Waco was huge too, but I think I'm just more focusing on the racial component because I think there's something fundamentally just important about race. And I think it might have a lot to do with how America was formed, through slavery, et cetera, and the whole Civil War, Reconstruction, and, this whole move into this kind of like oligarchic, aristocratic world of corporations that we saw through, say, like the Rockefeller movement and J.P. Morgan and, the robber barons, and then moving into this new idea of technology that would come shortly thereafter by way of Edward Bernays and, of course, Woodrow Wilson, which brought us this concept of, during that period, the concept of technocracy was developed. And, shortly thereafter, a couple decades, then we had the Macy conferences and cybernetics, computer machine interfacing became an idea academically speaking. And of course, during that period, that was the onset of the computer technological development that would really blast off in the 60s and 70s. So it's very easy to see how, with all of these things happening, how we got here, right? It just makes a whole lot of sense. But I think this year in particular is fascinating because I see another like division. And I think it has to do, of course, and you'd probably agree, we're going into another election. So, of course, we know every year before an election, there's always a bunch of hoopla, right? There's always a bunch of division. So I think that's partially has a lot to do with that. And 2025 is a big year because that's a transitional year. So they want a lot of things accomplished up until then, and they want a lot of things approved. So they have to break us down. And so 2023, in my view, could possibly be some type of year of division similar to what we saw in 2016. So 2023 could be similar to 2016 with that. We're already seeing that. I think there was a guy, some dude got George Floyded. And you know, I don't mean to be insensitive. I think it's a psyop personally. I don't even know if it's real. But I guess there was a George Floyd event the other day. So, and people aren't biting it. So, you know, they're going to try something else because that didn't work. So we'll see. Pre-election theatrics and antagonism, agitation, propaganda, and of course, racial manipulation. And we're already seeing that all over the Twitter. You know, there's this big movement, and you know, it's unfortunate, but I understand the behaviors behind it. But there's a big movement in the new right, especially like in the conservative movements, where they're just constantly passing around clips of like blacks beating up whites. And there's a lot of this stuff. I mean, it is what it is, right? People be acting crazy. Sometimes they're black. I get it. But it's just, the problem with it is I know they're trying to create awareness, right? But it also creates a new type of racial wave, a new type of wave of internal racism that is projected out. And what you discover is a new type of racism, this type of liminal racism where people just don't like people just because they're black, right? And that's a problem. It's a serious problem. And I understand the behavior because, you know, you see a bunch of, if you're looking at a Twitter feed and you see like 30 clips of like black people beating up like, you know, little white kids or something, it's going to piss you off, right? Especially if it's from your people groups. I do understand that. But what people fail to realize is that social media is a microscope. Social media is a magnifying glass. It amplifies everything. So we have to be careful considering that, especially when we see things like clips. And I think this is how they got us with the Wuhan stuff. You know, everything seems a lot more real than it actually is. Everything seems a lot more apparent than it actually is. And I'm not trying to downplay or make excuses for these behaviors because it's literally disgusting when you see some of this stuff. But I just think it feeds into something. It feeds into a liminal space that I think is actually dangerous, and by design, because it creates more division. You know, I've noticed a lot of these conservative shows, they have this really like, and it's frustrating because it's so ignorant. They have this like underlying racism now. It's really kind of like, it's almost like in these predominantly quote unquote so-called white conservative like podcasts and shows, there's always these little sneak disses to blacks. It's like easy to make fun of black people, you know. It's like a thing now. And I think that there's this new confidence in that, well, there's all these very criminalizing videos of black people going around the internet, so now it's okay to be openly racist, right? And I get that behavior. I'm not saying it's right. It's horrible, but I get it. But at the same time, it's part of social engineering. I mean, it's just interesting to see these conservatives, these rightists, you know, that think they're like, you know, ahead of the grain or ahead of the curve, and see the truth and you know, and are awake or you know, whatever. And it's like, nah, you part of the psyop too, man. All y'all getting played. You know what I'm saying? It's so fascinating to me. And you see the other thing, you see the same thing in the black communities too. You got all these black Twitter groups that are going around doing similar things, just the other direction. It's just so fascinating to me. And you even see in the Asian community, you have a lot of Asians doing the same thing where they're putting all these videos of blacks beating up Asians. It happens. It really does. There tends to be these situations for sure. It's horrible. But it's just so fascinating the way you mix horrible happenings that go on in the real world, that are actual real situations, that are amplified through social media and passed around in these little like microcosmic communities of racial organized, you know, populations, and it creates literal social engineering behavior patterns. And what I discover is like, wow, you see this influx of this content, easily accessible, shared around, posted constantly, retweeted over and over and over. Through this kind of repetition, what you get is a blanket statement, right? This kind of blanket theme of an idea that makes it seem a lot more real, or maybe let's just say a lot more significant than it actually is, right? And unfortunately, what you get is these new armies that are building up. You get this new pro-black army, this new pro-white identitarian movement. You get this new movement of Asian and groups, even Indian. It's just so interesting to me It's unfortunate. It's sad, actually, because I see everyone being manipulated. I can detach myself, even though I'm a black man. Of course, it does kind of irritate a little bit when you see some of the things that people say. It's like wrong, right? You can't help but be a little irritated by some of that stuff. But at the same time, I could detach myself from all of that and stand back and just be like, damn, all y'all getting played, man. All of you. All of you. You have no idea how you're being used for what's coming. It's crazy. So sick, man. But it is what it is. And let me define this: ass, gas, or cash. So it's just a title of this old hip hop album, but I think it's pretty important because what we're dealing with is it's like plebeian roulette, right? It's like, which one is it, right? You got to pick. Are you prepared to give something up? Are you prepared? Right. Take one for, are you prepared and willing? Are you prepared and willing to take one for the Team Earth? Are you prepared? Which one you want to give up? You want to give up cash? You want to give up gas? Or you want to give up that behind? You pick. Because the time is coming where you're going to have to decide. And not everyone, because some of us are going to be a little more, have a little more ingenuity, right? But you're already seeing it today, man. Girls getting out there on that digital track, right? Getting out there on that digital track in the OF scenario, right? You got guys doing the same damn thing. Can't make no money in the real world, have no real talents. Just get out there and sell that behind. That'll always pay. You better believe it. It's one of the oldest professions in the world. You always can rely on that back end, man. It will make you a pretty penny, right? So which one you want to give up? Davos is having a meeting right now. Yeah, man. They're making all these decisions for us right now. Or at least they're attempting to. Right now, Davos, right now. Klaus Schwab and the crew are up there discussing what we're going to have to give up. Ass, gas, or cash. Are we willing to give up our cold cash, that material, anonymous currency, for their digital, programmable tokens, digital monopoly money? Which one are you ready to give up? Because that behind, that's a new occupation. That's a new occupation in super modernity. We're beyond post-modernity at this point. We're in super modernity, where you can get on a screen and sell a product. Anybody can. The question is, what is your product? What are you offering? And some of these digital prostitutes are like, oh, well, we're providing a good service. You know, we're like helping guys out. You know, guys today, they're lonely. Yeah, lonely fans. I know. I get it. It's you're selling your soul in the process. Gas. No more gas. No more gas stoves. No more gas for the cars. No more fuel for the planes. We're going to wind up planes, wind up toys. No more, huh? Battery bastion. Is that where we're going? The battery bastion. Battery in your back. Battery in your brain. Battery in your vehicle. Cash. No more cash. Program tokens and Nintendo monopoly money. I ain't going for it. Nah, man. I'm not giving anything up. I didn't sign up for plebeian roulette. I'm keeping my behind to myself. I'm going to continue to fill my tank. $80 a week. And yes, I'm going to continue to use cash. I use it every day. I use cash every day. I have cash on me at all times. Run up on me, I'm holding. Trust me. Trust me, especially now. You will get touched. Techno-fascism is where we're leading. That's why in the thumbnail, what you see, got a nice fresh image here. We're moving towards a new type of fascism, right? This is what it is. And what's interesting is the mainstream media and popular culture wants to get us like all preoccupied with old world fascists and dictators. Almost as a way to like derail us from the actual fascism that's occurring, because it's not going to be a man. It's not going to be some dude with a baby mustache, right? Nah, that's not at all the case. They want us to get preoccupied with, the Hitlers and, the what is it, Coney? That was a big psyop. Actually, that's one I forgot to mention. The Coney 2012. Ooh, was that a psyop? Way ahead of its time. Right under the radar of a lot of people. They want to get us preoccupied with this concept of the dictator, the big bad Nazi leader, because it's a derailment process. So we don't see the real fascism that's creeping in through digital technologies and spatialism, biometrics, biosecurity, etc. They want us to look for a man. They want us to point out a racist, a Tate, a Ye, a Fuentes. Yeah, I see. They want us to keep our eyes on the prize. They want us to keep our eyes on man. But that's not the case. What we will see is a new type of fascism, but through the systems, the holistic systems of systems, digitization by way of AI, algorithm, machine learning, networks, sensors, etc. That's the new fascism. That's where we're being led. We're being led to a new form of fascism. And now we're dealing with this type of resource rationing, right? Oh, you're using too much energy. Can't use gas anymore. Oh, cash is dirty. It spreads things. Oh, it's hard to maintain. Oh, it's just problematic. Oh, you know what? There's no jobs for you. People, more and more. You'll see. You'll see. Are you going to stand your ground? Are you going to stand on your laurels, your morals? Are you going to operate under the Most High God? Are you going to walk, live, breathe, sleep in Christ? Because that will decide a lot of things moving forward here for a lot of people. And I would even argue for society. You watch how quick people start converting in a matter of years here. When the ish starts to really hit the fan. When they start dropping some of this tech in areas that's just a little too close to home for some people. When they start seeing the spiritualism in all of this, or should I say the spiritism, when they start really recognizing the demonic energy that's flowing through these airwaves, people going to be dropping to their knees. You watch. You watch. All right. AI. I look at AI for the next 5 years, for sure. 2, definitely. What academics in philosophy of technology call creative destruction. Right? It's this creative destruction through an immense movement of creativity through data, technological softwares, all of these new options we have now. I'm able to create a whole show with just pure software, right? I had to learn how to use this stuff. I have to use my own mind to figure out how it works, how to design. I had to do all that on my own, but I have access to all these tools now. I can create an entire network, media network, on my own. All I need is my mind and my fingers and my eyes, of course. That's power. In a way that never existed. It's the offerings up of creation or creativity. It's the ability to create in ways we never could. This is the problem. It's creative destruction, because what it does, and as we started off the show with a quote from Neil Postman, one of my mentors. Yeah, we gain a lot with this technology. Absolutely, we're able to do things that, say, generations back, people would have considered godlike. We're able to do things on a creative level that are unheard of. We gain a lot. But what do we lose? What is destroyed in the process? What level of destruction occurs through all of this mass creativity? As the internet explodes, as digitization explodes, as the ability to create transforms, what is being destroyed in the process? Many things are. Community just being one of them. Relationship with self, relationship with other, and relationship with God being, I'd argue, the most significant ones. Considering AI veracity, AI is significantly exaggerated, I believe, embellished as a marketing scheme to establish public acceptance and industrial diffusion. If we accept it, they can start implementing it. It doesn't matter how good it is. Just get it in there. Just get it in your, just roll up that damn sleeve. Get it in there. We know it doesn't do anything. In fact, it might hurt you, but just get it in there. We need the platform implemented. We need the platform accepted. We need you to accept the Marna platform. Even though it won't do much, if anything, it might harm you. We need it in there so we can get it started, foot in the door, so we can continue to tweak, renew, update, perfect, refine. Same goes for AI. Scheme to establish public acceptance and industrial diffusion. The problem lies in the trust and the managerial responsibility given to AI to run entire markets, institutions, and industries. Doesn't matter how good it is, how bad it is. How much access to life and management do we give it? That's the question. I think AI could be very advantageous in so many ways. When you think of machine learning, it could be so advantageous in so many markets, industries. It could be so useful. But see, that's under the presupposition that man has limits, that man knows his limits, that man's willing to limit himself. Ah, man. You ain't learned nothing if you think that at this point. Grave consequences and fallout result, similar to how Marna is the new platform for public health. AI is the new platform for network systems infrastructure. Full spectrum dominance. And a big problem I have with AI is the concept of AI dual simulation or digital twinning. Full spectrum dominance of earth and mind. AI will not only simulate reality, our environment, but it will create simulated thinking within the populations via algorithm. And we explained that last show, so I don't have to spend any time on that. In other words, creating a human AI to degrees, of course. You have to kind of take that with a grain of salt. We understand we're still human. But we're easily manipulated. We're easily programmed, right? And AI can very easily learn how to leverage that. It's already happening through social media as a perfect example. Algorithms will curate and condition human thought, processes, and behaviors, interests, and something I call attentional weight. Introducing this new concept, attentional weight, right? What is attentional weight? Volume of content that occupies one's span of attentional expense. What do you pay attention to the most? What do you spend your attentional states in predominantly? Whatever this substance, content, etc. is, creates and forms the volume that I describe as the weight, the attentional weight. We'll get to a point where everything is, if we get to the point where everything is run through algorithm, your attentional weight will no longer be voluntary, or should I say, it will no longer be organic, authentic from you, from your own creativity, from your own thought processes. A great example is just the mere use of search engines. How many of you use search engines, legitimately use search engines when you deal with the internet? And how many of you rely on algorithm for all your internet experiences? Most people, I would argue, rely on the algorithms now. This is the first step. Your attentional weight is designed by algorithm. It's not designed from you. This is the point. Okay. This, over time, especially when we want to think about children and growing up, right? This can create legitimate human artificial intelligence. And, I rely on algos too, man. Come on, I do. I use the search a lot, but that doesn't mean I'm not daily interacting with algorithms, but I'm well aware of them, and I purposely structure my online experiences such that it doesn't manipulate me or predominate or should I say dominate, my experience. Now, this isn't to say again, we have to qualify these things because people misunderstand and people hear one thing and turn on or switch it off and don't listen long enough to hear the whole argument. But I'm not even saying algorithms are inherently bad. I'm not saying technology is inherently bad. Okay, I'm just saying that what's the problem is we're creatures of habit. We're easily programmed, and especially now, so we're going to depend on these things a lot more. And I think it might come to the point where we live through them. That's a problem. It's not that we need to remove this technology altogether. It's that we need to understand, how are we supposed to interact with this stuff? How are we supposed to interact with this? And how can we set limits? How can we understand what is too far? Not enough people think that way. All right, I think let's continue here. Yeah, we're going to get into kenosis here. Yeah, let's get into kenosis. And as last show, we talked a little bit about what I think is really big regarding AI is not how it's going to like take over the world. I mean, these are a lot of the things people are focusing on right now. Taking over the world, damaging our ability to think for ourselves. All of these like human innate outsourcing, right? All these things we've discussed are very legitimate, very real. But I'm also looking at AI with regard to personal assisting. And I feel like one thing that will be very popular and it will be a sales point is creating your own personal assistant that can make you a better person in so many ways, but also make your life easier, more convenient, more efficient. I think this will be one of the number one ways AI does creep into society and life to degrees that are arguably very dangerous. Yeah, I agree. Jackass Bauer has Chat GPT has a positive side too. It is very powerful information acquisition platform. Yeah, that's the thing. I'm not going to demonize artificial intelligence or machine learning. I think it's can be leveraged in ways that are great. But this is again under the presupposition that man knows his limits and is willing to limit himself. I don't think that's the case, especially when we think of these industries. We look at the same thing with biotech right now. Are they limiting themselves? No, they're pushing dangerous products on human bodies, knowing it doesn't work, knowing it's potentially harmful. But it's not about helping people. It's about scaling technology, but also gaining ground in this mission of full spectrum dominance. And I think AI is being used for that purpose, and that purpose solely. I don't think Chat GPT is being brought out for what you're bringing up and what I agree with. I agree with what you're saying, but I don't think Chat GPT is being rolled out as some type of personal assistant. I think that's going to be a sales point. I don't think that's going to be its ultimate purpose, right? I think that's just the ruse. I think, at least that's just my view. Not only will the companies and the institutions and industries not limit themselves, but even us users won't limit ourselves. We'll end up using it for other things too. And it will be so brilliant. It'll be so ease, convenience. The poisonous nature of convenience will subsume mankind. The flesh will always give in, especially those who don't believe, especially those who don't have anything to stand on. That's the problem. So I agree with you, man. Trust me. Machine learning can help in so many ways, like you said, especially in research, developing knowledge. It can do a lot of the digging for you. Sometimes I'll spend hours just digging on one little idea. If you utilize the machine learning in certain ways, it could do a lot of that digging for you. I'm purposely keeping myself from doing that. Even though I know it's helpful, I won't allow myself to do it for two reasons. One, just personal stubbornness, right? I don't want to rely on a machine for my thinking, and I don't want to have to give a machine in this way, because of course machines are constantly helping us. But my point is, as far as research is concerned, I don't want to give a machine credit for what I've done, what I've come to understand. Different stubborn personal reasons, right? That just have to do with, you know, me. But then there's also, I don't want to feed in. I don't want to feed into the acceptance and diffusion of this. So some probably might think that's kind of stupid, and, you know, well, you're missing out, right? I understand that whole thing, FOMO. I understand that, but you know, some of us don't need AI, man, and it may make life more efficient. That's true. It may speed up things. It may give you more time it may help in time management. I get that. But I don't know. I think, unfortunately, it's going to be abused more than anything. I think a lot of people who have no business using it are going to be exploiting it. And I'm not going to be one of them. As I stated last show, especially with like things like thumbnails and just little like art things, I understand everyone's not creative. Everyone's not an artist. I get it. You know, everyone doesn't have the patience or even the talent to do those things. So these like AI generators help out in that sense. But again, back to Postman, it's just, okay, it helps us. We gain something. You gain creativity through AI now if you don't have creativity. But what are you losing? Or what is being lost in general? I think full-on industries are going to be altered in this way, especially anything creative. It's going to water down the concept of creativity. But I think there's going to be a backlash, in fact, and we've said that here. There will be this type of renaissance or rebirth of human ingenuity, human creativity. And, you know, honestly, man, AI is just, some of that stuff just all looks the same. I almost can tell if something's AI or not. And I understand it's still new. And ChatGPT, for all we know, could just be some generic platform that's nothing compared to other things that are out there. And as we've stated here, we're going to go into this history too eventually. AI, machine learning, goes all the way back to the late 50s, early 60s. I have tons of books on this stuff, old dusty books, you know, that go into these histories. It's interesting. So this stuff has been around. It's not new. It's not new. And who knows what we see? Like, we never know what we're seeing. We don't know if what we're seeing is actually legitimate, or we never know what they have in their deck is the point. Everyone is creative, says Biggles. Yes, I agree. Sure. But I guess I meant more like visually creative, right? You know, like drawing, graphic design, painting, sculpture, these types of things. People are creative in all kinds of ways, you know. I guess the creative I'm focusing on is very limited. So ultimately, I don't fear any of this stuff, and you guys know that. I'm concerned. I'm concerned for mankind. I'm concerned for humanity, because I understand fallen man is, you know, led by the flesh. But I mean, personally, I think if you're aware of these things, I think there will be many ways, especially in our lifetime, to avoid a lot of this stuff. But the same can't be said for the majority of people, and that's what I struggle with dealing, right? And let's go into. I got some more things here I want to show you guys before we wrap up. Let's look at. Actually, we don't have to. I was just going to show you the trailer for Minority Report. All you guys are familiar with the Minority Report pre-crime, right? But what I do want to show you here is, and Vanilla Sky too. So let's think about, it's funny how Tom Cruise is in both of those. I wouldn't be surprised if Tom Cruise was like CIA or something. He reminds me of like a Ben Affleck or something, you know, like one of these guys, one of these Hollywood types that's just like monumental and directly connected to intelligence, and happen to play roles in predictive programming films. I haven't done much research in that. Now I did read Dyer's work. It was years ago. Jay Dyer's done some great work with Hollywood and CIA and stuff like that. I think he might have had something in there. It's been a while since I've dug through that one, that's just not an area of study for me, really. Maybe it was years ago, but I've kind of moved on to other things over the years. But Vanilla Sky. So I think of Minority Report with regard to AI, machine learning, and predictive pre-crime, right? Being able to predict behaviors. Actually, let me just show you this trailer because I think this is a good example of how AI and open AI specifically might be used. And the only reason I say that is because I think of Palantir and all of the AI pre-crime projects they have going on in DARPA and their relationship, especially their conservative relationship with Musk's, etc. I can easily see this being a reality. So let me just show you this for education purposes here.
Look at me. Positive for Howard Marks. I'm placing you under arrest for the future murder of Sarah Marks and Donald Dubin that was take place today, April 22nd, at 0800 hours and 4 minutes.
Now, as you saw there, he was able to detect his identity through iris scan. So that's biometrics there. Okay. And that biometric scan is directly connected to a type of massive AI system that immediately identified this man, profiled him, and even was able, based on his past behavioral data, was able to, through a simulated predictive kind of model, was able to predict if he would commit a crime. And just based on that simulated predictive model, he was arrested. Very realistic, I would argue, especially when we understand how much they love this AI and trust it. Now, I believe these creatures here, these beings, these are the AI, okay? And as you see, they're in a vat of some liquid. Again, it's always like water, liquid substance, because that's for what is it? Conductive or like transit or connectivity. It's just like water. It's just so interesting how you see these things always coming together. Very, very fascinating.
John, don't run. Everybody runs, Fletch.
Everybody runs. I think that's very, very important because it's describing how, based on this machine learning, the depth of data, the connectivity to each and every person through behavioral metrics and biometrics, they're able to monitor and manage all data, but that also means they're able to monitor, manage all people. So everyone's running because no one can hide. And I think that is so important. And there, of course, there's Vanilla Sky. I don't know if you're familiar with this film, but I think Vanilla Sky is also very important because what it describes is the concept of false memory. And I can't wait till we get into some of this stuff because it relates to the whole simulation theory, but I'm still digging through a lot of literature and trying to kind of work some of these ideas out myself first. But Vanilla Sky, wow, big time. Able to create false memories, false life, false experiences. And I think it will happen through different types of brain implants. They'll be able to implant memories. And this stuff goes all the way back to cybernetics. I mean, they've been talking about these things like was said earlier, since the 40s. I mean, probably even prior. I mean, I think if we go back to H.G. Wells and his work, I think he was mentioning some things in the open conspiracy and like the shape of things to come. And there's another one. Gosh, I can't remember the name. Anyhow, yeah, man. And Vanilla Sky, able to create these like virtual false experiences that aren't real but seem real because you can't tell the difference between real and unreal, non-real. Also, and of course, Total Recall, which we've talked about quite a bit. We're going to be doing some stuff on Total Recall soon, which is going to be fun. Because Total Recall, wow, man, you want to say that film has so many gems, so much deep esoteric stuff in that. Like, it's huge predictive programming. And there's going to be different ways that I call it biometric capture, where they're able to capture different forms of biometrics through microphones, sound, visual, and also internal, right? Through different invasive techniques. But this is a soon to come piece of technology, which is just it's weird, man. Just super weird. Hold up. No, that's not what I wanted. Yeah. MooTalk is a strange VR microphone that aims to prevent sound leaks. This is so weird. Look at this, guys. Look at this. This is where all of this is going. It's like, it's so weird, man. It's like, this is why I think it's going to take quite a bit of time before things like the metaverse and all of these technologies become a general part of everyday environments. The smart environment is so far away because how clunky. And again, there could very well be all that high-tech stuff, that alien technology waiting. We know, okay, we know this could all just be stuff for us to talk about until they release the real alien technologies, possibly through the aliens, right? And the whole blue beam thing. We always have these ideas in the back of our mind. It isn't as if, we're being naive. I just want to preface or qualify that. So look at this. What the heck is this? Do you know what this is for? This is like to better capture your voice, which will turn into data, of course. And they're already doing that. We know that, it's fine. Whatever. We're okay with it because you know what? It is what it is. What can we do? We can't escape the data harvesting now. We're all on the internet. It is what it is, but we'll see what happens with it all, that's for sure. The MooTalk is a Bluetooth microphone that can be used with VR rather than looking like your average mic. That's for sure. There ain't nothing average looking about that. It looks like one of those feeders. What is that from? Someone will know. Isn't that like pigs or something? Like, don't they use like these feeders? Where do I remember seeing this? I don't know. Showing my ignorance here. It looks like one of these self-feeder type things. It's so weird. It also reminds me, and I guess this is only because I researched so much with regard to paraphilias. It reminds me of this like S&M chain ball, ball and chain when they put that ball in their mouth. Horses, that's what it's from. Horses, yeah. Horses wear those. Yeah, gag ball. There we go. The speak uneasy. Good to see you, by the way. I ain't seen you in a minute. That's what I was trying to get at. Gag ball and the thing the horses wear, not pigs. What am I talking about? Horses, yeah. No, I just recently I went and saw some horses on a ranch, and I remember they were wearing these, so that's why I don't know why I said pigs. Anyhow, popped in my mind. But yeah, crazy, weird, super weird. Feedback, that's what it's called. Dento Bean. Shout out to Dento Bean. Always coming through. Feedback. That's what it's called. Yeah. Interesting. Kind of looks like one to me, man. Wouldn't be surprised if you could just like, they have it where you could put a little vape in there. Because, these gamers, they be vaping like, it's like goes hand in hand. Little vape compartment. So you wouldn't be surprised, man. You see some of these contraptions these gamers be making, man. Very, very cool. Very clever. Oh, well, it's right here. It says it right here. What the heck? Right in front of my eyes here. It looks a bit like a horse feed bag. Yes. What the heck is wrong with me today? The idea is that the microphone can reduce sound leakage for VR users. That means that ambient noise won't be picked up, so a player's voice can come in cleaner. Shift all also implies that it can muffle the user's voice so that other people in their house can't hear them loudly talking in VR. The MooTalk can last at least 10 hours on a charge. I get it. I understand that. Can he breathe? Like, yeah, LS. Yeah, can he? It looks like he's struggling there, man. A little bit. I mean, imagine you good couple hours, few hours, heavy, intense virtual reality exhibition. I mean, you're going to have some problems huffing and puffing. I mean, imagine sweating and slobbing all around that thing. Look like you got a little beard there, too. That thing got to smell interesting. It has to have some pungent odors lying deep beneath. bacterial infections. It's taking all of this like mask wearing stuff to the next level. Crazy. Interesting though, that's for sure. Bizarre, yeah. It is bizarre. Bizarre Bluetooth mouthpiece mutes speech in public places. See, it's all about bringing this like very, man, it's like inappropriate technology into private areas or areas that shouldn't exist. You shouldn't be like, certain things you just shouldn't be doing. But there's a technological solution for everything. So now we could live in virtual reality in public and won't bother people because we have this new thing we put over our mouth so people can't hear us. Imagine seeing someone in the corner wearing this stuff and they're just like, we're going to see a whole lot of that stuff coming up, man. I'm telling you, especially once this stuff gets cheaper and more accessible. Man, you know, I got a picture. I don't remember where I got it somewhere off the internet. It looks like someone who's just, you know, living on the street and they're like in their virtual world and they're just, it's such an interesting image because it's like, oh, that's how they can escape, you know, their physical reality. They could just go into the virtual world and be whatever they want to be. And it's almost like their real material experience, you know, homeless on the street. You know, of course it matters because you're still feeling the elements, but it's like you can escape that in a virtual world. And to add to that, I will eventually cover them. I have a bunch of articles where they're targeting Africa. They're like, one of the articles, it says, will virtual reality bring Africa out of poverty? And it's poverty of the mind, not necessarily poverty with regard to like, you know, material things. It's like, oh, well, you know what? Let's just like let them go into these virtual worlds and play pretend to get their minds, you know, get their minds off of the real world. Crazy. So sick, man. And of course, where does this lead? Again, this always leads to the Internet of Bodies. And we've been talking about this for years now. We're going to continue because it's developing more and more underneath all of our noses. I constantly bring it up because I believe this is where a lot of these technologies are leading towards. And in order to have the spatial web mixed with a biosecurity kind of public health state, you need the Internet of Bodies, because what the Internet of Bodies does through the networking, I guess, model of Internet of Things, it incorporates and integrates the human biology, the human biological system into the overall digital realm. And this is how they will be able to do things like pre-crime, et cetera, because they'll have real-time access to behavioral data, biometrics, as well as real-time bodily functions, not just GPS where you're at, but actually what's going on inside, right? Internet of Bodies. Of course, RAND Corporation. I don't remember this clip here. Let's see what this clip is about. Oh, it's no audio. It's just brain. Okay. Oh, so that's right. I remember this now. So it's skimming through. Let's just look at all these technologies so you guys understand what our governments are working on behind the scene. This is RAND Corporation. This is no different from DARPA, you know, SRI. It's these research and development governmental bodies. So Internet of Bodies, right? We have, of course, to begin, artificial pancreas, automate insulin dosing and management. Instead of managing your diet, instead of getting rid of your sugars, getting rid of your carbs, starting to eat an animal-based diet, 1 meal a day, starting to fast normally, starting to, if not run, walk, do some type of physical activity every other day, sweat at least to the point where you're dripping at least 3 times a week. Instead of doing all of these things that cures diabetes, okay, let's just get you some type of automated insulin pump that goes inside your body and connects you to some overall cloud system that some rich dude somewhere and who knows where is controlling. Yeah, that sounds smart. Brain-computer interfaces. Connect brain signals to type or control prosthetic limbs from the mind. So again, foot in the door, controlling, you know, helping people that need, you know, support from ailment, but also what it leads to is connect brain signals to type. Now, of course, they're saying first it's for people who can't type, right? People who need this help. Sure. But eventually it's going to be looked at as a type of convenience, right? Wouldn't you, well, I wouldn't, of course, but, you know, speaking to this new generation of digital natives, wouldn't it be nice to just be able to type from your mind? Wouldn't it be nice to play video games just from your mind? Wouldn't it be nice to order your favorite meal from Grubhub through your mind? You don't have to pick up a phone. You don't even have to speak to anybody. People don't like to communicate today as it is. People can't communicate today as it is. So it's just better just to kind of do all these things in the airwaves, the jibber jabber, and the good. Yeah, sure. Makes a whole lot of sense. Brain electric signals for Parkinson's disease enable doctors to target therapy to specific areas of the brain via deep brain stimulation. We've been talking about all these things today. Here it is. Here's one of the massive programs right at Rand Corp. Internet of Bodies. Cochlear devices, implantable cardiac devices. Oh. That seems rather timely. Cardiac devices, as if we have some type of cardiac issue today. Provide real-time information regarding a patient's cardiac fluctuations. Yeah, flux. I wonder what's causing cardiac issues and fluctuation today. This probably would be a very advantageous technology, would it not? Implantable smart stents. Oh, can you guys believe this stuff? I mean, this is real. This is legitimate stuff that billions of dollars is being put into. I guess I wonder who the subjects and consumers who's the consumer base for this stuff? Think about it. Enable continuous monitoring of blood flow to alert providers of possible clogs. Oh. Wouldn't it be fascinating if it was a real thing where you have some type of goal to sell and produce some type of technology, but you don't have the actual problem yet. You don't have the illness or the proper unhealthy population to sell to. Wouldn't it be interesting, if they just decided to create that problem through, some type of therapy that's mass produced and then mass injected, and then boom, all of a sudden you have your whole consumer base and your whole, population of potential customers for your new implantable smart stents. That would be an interesting thing to ponder. Only in some weird and wacky, crazy world would something like that happen. Surely not here today. Absolutely not. And just wait, hold up. We gotta bring that back. Can we bring it back, please? Please. Ingestible digital pills. I think Hulk actually talked about these at one point. Engineer a problem, wait for the reaction, then offer the fake solution. Bada boom, bada bing. Mission accomplished, man. I'm reaching now. Yeah, I think I am. I think that was a bit of a reach. I mean, where on God's beautiful green earth does something like that happen, right? Where? Surely not America, of all places. Ingestible digital pills track adherence and dosing of medications. Because see, we're so incompetent. We don't know how to take medication. We don't even know how to follow instructions, and we're so sick. We have 100 different meds that we need to take. So we need somebody to help us do that. In fact, we don't even need somebody. We just need some technology. I see. Electronic health records. Homespital. Store patients' medical history in digital repositories. That's already here. It's already happening now. Freestanding infusion pumps, sensor-equipped hospital beds, wearable prosthetics, wearable seizure monitors. I wonder why people all of a sudden be getting seizures. Interesting. Attention monitors monitor the user's attention by tracking brain activity and eye movements. Yo. I wonder where they will be using that. Imagine how valuable that data will be to many corporations and services. Body implanted sensors monitor and track biometrics. Okay. Clothing with sensors, internet connected scales track and analyze fluctuations in body weight, body mass index, and water weight. Again, all connected to the internet through a cloud network system that is ran and controlled by some state corporate body. Okay. Private public partnership. Transhumanism / technocracy. Here it is. It's all here. Let me run that. Internet connected scales. Okay, I said that one. Implanted microchips, mental and emotional sensors, wearable health trackers, because we're all going to be in bad health. That's their goal. and that's already been happening since 2020 and prior. Wearable neuro devices, that's new. Never heard of that before. Oh, goodness. Poor girl, whoever this model is, she has no idea what she's promoting here. Sad. But this is the future for many people. Not all of us, that's for sure, but many people, unfortunately. And let's go a little further with it, shall we? Seen at CES, Neurologic uses AI and a selfie to measure your heart rate, BP, body mass, skin age, stress level, and more. Do you guys understand why I brought this up directly after the Internet of Bodies? Because, well, clearly this is the merging of AI and the Internet of Bodies. So it's not just like the Internet of Bodies is going to be connecting you to this system so your doctor can keep tabs on you. And again, it will be an AI doctor eventually. It's not, it's more about connecting you to the full-on spatial web system where it's like Skynet. It's not going to just be accessed from your personal doctor at his personal business. This thing will be cloud-based, okay? Hackable, right? Potential for glitch, right? All of these things, there's just this constant potential for error with a lot of this tech. The problem is it's connected to you, man, your body, your brain, your ideas, your movement, your vital signs, man. It's crazy. And I showed you some other things at the CES this year too. You know, the BMW, the 2023 version of Knight Rider's kit, right? A picture is worth 1,000 words, as the saying goes. And now a startup called Neurologics is taking this idea to the next level. Soon a selfie will be able to give you 1,000 diagnostics about the state of your health. And do you think those diagnostics will be accurate? Of course not. Just like these tests and all of these things over the past couple of years have not been accurate either. And that's the thing. AI is going to be so lame in so many ways, but it doesn't matter because we're not dealing with reality anymore. We see what the past couple of years have done. We're not dealing with reality. It's just whatever the machine says. It's whatever the modeling says. Again, data-driven epistemology. It doesn't matter if it's true or not. It's all about correlation, or does it fit the agenda of the corporate goals, right? Anura, the company's flagship health and wellness app, takes a 30-second selfie and uses the data from that to create a catalog of readings about you. They include vital stats like heart rate, blood pressure, mental health-related diagnostics like stress and depression levels, details about your physical state like body mass index and skin age, your level of risk for things like hypertension, stroke, heart disease, and biomarkers like your blood sugar levels. Oh, man. Creepy. And that's the thing. It's like, none of this stuff is going to be inherently accurate. It's going to be so flawed, especially initially. So what are we dealing with? Just like the last few years. What if this data is all wrong? What are we dealing with? Nothing at all. It's all smoke and mirrors, make believe, ontological warfare, creating a false reality that's not there. So we're going to be working through all these apps and this AI connected to us and living through these things. Quantified self. This is a perfect example of a quantified self kind of application. Yet we're not going to be dealing with reality. It's just so creepy, man. It's like, and I can imagine many people, well, you know, my application tells me this. And it's like, no, that's not really happening. Creep show. Good one, Van Allen. Yeah. Creep show. Perfect. Perfect description. And of course, this all leads to the healthcare in 2030. Goodbye hospital. Hello homespital. This is straight from, of course, World Economic Forum. They know what they have planned. They want to get rid of hospitals altogether. They want to get rid of doctors. They want everything algorithmic. That way you get to, you know, you get to, in a sense, absolve yourself of any type of responsibility because it's the machine. Oh, it's an algorithm issue. We got to tweak the algorithm, you know. sorry, you get to avoid all of those kind of things. Plus, it's scalable. I mean, imagine what happened when we went from tapes and CDs to MP3s. Think about that. When we made that crossover, the degree of velocity, speed, accessibility, volume. What's a good term? A diversity, right? You could do so much with digital forms of music opposed to these like clunky physical objects. Same kind of concept, same thing, right? Nearly 20 years ago, when I graduated from med school, the world of healthcare was dominated by breakthroughs in the field of biology, but that is changing quickly because biology is being eaten by robotics and genetics as we evolve deeper into the networked age. What does this shift mean for doctors, patients, and even hospitals? As the co-chair of the World Economic Forum's Future Council on Neurotechnology and Brain Science, I was asked to reflect on my experience in this domain. Let's see. I'm ready to get to the meat here. The new no. Let's see. All right, let's bring it down a bit here. By 2030, the very nature of disease will be further disrupted by technology, so disrupted. And I think by that time, we won't know what disease is. In fact, I don't think we know what disease is now. So just imagine. They're telling us all types of things that aren't necessarily there now, so just imagine later. Especially at that point when people have given up literally their biological systems to technology. Then there's no escape. And this is when the whole concept of Mark of the Beast comes into play, right? Not far off for a large portion of people here. A lot of us are going to avoid this and are going to find ways to escape. I'm certain of that. But a whole lot of people aren't. And I think the last several years is a good example of how that might transpire and the difficulty during that transition. How are we going to deal with seeing many of our loved ones plugging themselves up to these machines, just like they rolled up their sleeves to take the therapies? So disrupted, in fact, that we might have a whole lot of fewer diseases to manage. Well, that's easy to say that when you just make up the diseases and say what is and what isn't. You could literally say the flu just doesn't exist anymore. And then the next year say, oh, well, we're having a rise in flu cases. Fascinating. The fourth industrial revolution will ensure that humans live longer and healthier lives. Why? Because of technology and nothing to do with diet or actual physical activity? I doubt that. So that the hospitals of the future will become more like NASCAR pit stops than inescapable black holes. You will go to the hospital to be patched up and put back on track, like we're on a freaking factory belt or something, man. What is this? You hear how they talk about us here? This is how they see us, man. Shout out to Famo, says, wow, that's fascinating. It is very fascinating. Very, very fascinating. You will go to the hospital to be patched up and put back on track. Some hospital practices might even go away completely, and the need for hospitalization will eventually disappear. Not by 2030, but soon after. Instead of a ward filled with patients who have one or more organ systems in crisis, space will be dedicated to immediate diagnosis and treatment. A single scanning device will offer metabolic, functional, and structural detail, combining the physics of spectroscopy, magnetic resonance, and radiation. Wow. If that's not already problematic. It's like, get some sun, get some sleep, drink water, run a little bit, walk a little bit, eat right, stay away from sugars, too much sugar and too much carbs. But no, they want to give us magnetic resonance and radiation. Sure. An end to organ donors. Surgery from the inside out. Wearable patient monitoring devices will continuously feed in data from external second skin sensors and network neural sensors meshed into the brain, will offer incredibly precise microsampling to be done in real time. Hello, Neuralace. The days of patients dying while they wait for an organ donor will soon be over, too. Organs, tissues, and supporting structures like bones or ligaments will be biologically 3D printed on demand. Wow, sounds like Netflix for hospital wards, right? Acute and serious pathologies ranging from clots to tumors will be addressed from the inside out. No need for surgeons wielding scalpels with a steady hand, when in a few minutes, tiny robotic endovascular catheters will be widespread. I actually have a video of robots that are already doing surgeries. It's really crazy. Funny thing is, what if we all were generally healthy by this time? Do you think any of this technology will be useful? Of course not. Hence, the purpose of getting everyone sick, keeping everyone chronically ill and codependent on these future technologies. They don't want you to know how to live. They don't want you to know how to eat. They don't want you to know how to behave. They want to do it for you. In fact, they don't want to do anything. They want their technologies to. The world's first robot lawyer. Again, this is the problem with AI, man. It's not about how powerful or genius or godlike it's going to be. No, it's about how are they using this damn stuff? They're implementing it everywhere, and it's hardly doing. And again, a lot of this stuff is thought experiments, seeing how we react. I know, but you'd be surprised how many industries are already leveraging this very infantile AI. The world's first robot lawyer is set to take on its first court case. Okay. If you're a practitioner of law, artificial intelligence could soon be coming for your job. I think there's a lot of fear porn too, even though it will be replacing a lot of industries. I also think they're trying to prepare people for mass layoffs. And they're trying to prepare people for just having a general state of confusion. And I'd say incompetence just based on how they live. It's not that they lost their job. They just have issues mentally. So it's hard for them to even work. I think we're going to see a lot of novel mental illness in the next 10 years as a response to a lot of this overexposure to technology, not necessarily layoffs, right? A lot of people won't be able to work because they can't properly function as a human because they've been so polluted by the environment as well as the technology they consume daily. The world's first robot lawyer in 2015, Joshua Browder launched the company Do No Pay as a chatbot designed to provide consumers troubled by late fees or fines with legal advice. 5 years later, he transitioned the company into an AI model. Now the software he has developed has been deemed the world's first robot lawyer. According to the New York Post, the product is set to take on its first court case thanks to the help of AI and will assist a defendant during a legal battle to fight a traffic ticket. Wow. Interesting. So this is how it begins, guys. Wow. I mean, it's just crazy. This is how it starts. Incremental steps, bit by bit. The more we accept, the more it's diffused. The more it becomes standard, the more we have trouble escaping it. Right? Like, for instance, it'd be nice to be able to go on a social media platform today that's not ran by an algorithm. Doesn't exist. Wouldn't it be nice to go back to those days where we could just get on YouTube and discover all this new and cool stuff, or just actually use the search engine because we know a lot more than we know now? Because now all we know is what we've been fed for the most part. Would it be nice? It doesn't exist. At least I haven't discovered it. Same thing is happening everywhere else, slowly but surely. ChatGPT appears to pass medical school exams. Educators rethinking assessments. This is important stuff, man. It's become normalized. Yes, Susan B. Isn't it interesting the way it's become normalized already? I mean, ChatGPT came out in November of last year. The tail end of the year, 2022, it came out in 2023. The opening into January, just everyone was, I mean, literally every influencer on YouTube and Instagram are talking about it and saying how great it was, showing off all of its talents. Anything goes anymore, says Pandora's like, yeah. That's... I prefer earthlings over algorithms. Facts. For real. Like, see, that's a great comment because that's going to become more relevant more and more as time goes on. You watch how more relevant that becomes. And I believe, again, there's going to be a backlash. People are going to be like, you know what? I don't want to deal with these things anymore. I want a real person. I want to feel like a real human being, man. That whole, what is it? The uncanny valley, that whole thing is never going to go away. Of course, we could still pass the Turing test, and that uncanny valley still exists where, you know, you get that little creepy feeling like, is it human? Is it not? And I think just the basic uncertainty alone, where you never really know. It's not as if you can't tell. You just don't know. You don't know what is and what isn't AI. Getting to that point is probably the most disturbing because that's when it all sets in. Yeah, that's when it all sets in. Luddites Unite. Duke Valentino, good to see you, man. Luddites Unite. Yeah, a type of Luddite movement. Luddites were like straight up, 100%, 100% against it, right? But I think they had the right idea. Some would call it a bit extreme. I'm not 100% against technology, but I'm 100% in this type of implementation for sure. Yeah, they will make a return, Duke. They will. Spot on. Absolutely. There will be a huge Luddite, all types of Luddite movements, especially in some of the more rural areas. Especially when it comes to fighting for animal husbandry, land ownership, farming freedom, just self-sustainability, water capture, all of these different things. When it comes to the point where we have to literally fight tooth and nail for this stuff, yeah, Luddite movements will explode. Yeah, Harpazo, that's the scary point. Yeah, because it's going to be creepy when you don't really know if something is human or AI, because everything is hidden behind a screen and this digitized kind of interactivity or interface, right? Yeah, Dento Bean. It's kind of like wondering. It's kind of like ever wondering if you've been in the presence of an angel. That's very interesting. I like that. Yeah. Chat GPT appears to pass medical school exams. Educators rethinking assessments. I think this says something a lot more about the exams, and I think, or should I say, education. I don't think it's that or AI smarter than humans. I just think our education system is rooted in a mechanized system based on memorization and very robotic type of elements, right? Like, that's of course an AI is going to just totally run through standardized testings of all kinds because they're so robotic to begin with. Education is essentially a type of mechanistic Prussian model that's not human. It's not rooted in real learning. It's not rooted in human nuance. It wants to structure things based on, subject and age. It wants to create environments that are hindering, cold, and do not, I would argue, do not, I guess, do not, what's the word I'm trying to look for here? Complement. That do not complement creativity and actual thinking and learning, right? So it's just the AI is figuring out, well, damn, your whole education system's an algorithm. This is easy. So that's all that is. I mean, from my perspective. So this doesn't bother me a bit. It's going to get a little dicey when they start saying AI is able to present human emotion, and it never will be. I can say that confidently because I know based on the Most High's design, that's impossible, but it will be sold as such. And that's when a lot of people will be fooled, because once it accomplishes human emotion through simulation, that's when everyone's going to literally worship it and praise it and rely upon it. Right. Okay. Now, Microsoft reportedly plans to invest $10 billion in creator buzzy AI tool ChatGPT. I wonder why. Microsoft got its hand in everything, of course. Just showing you the connection, showing you how all this is developing, showing you how much money. And again, we always take mainstream media news with a grain of salt. But the point is, whether these things are happening or not, it's the point that they want us to believe that they are. Okay. They want us to believe that they are. Watch AI with the Sixth Sense kid. Yeah, that film AI is interesting as well as Sixth Sense. Didn't the same kid play in both? Or am I getting confused here? Yeah, DeChamp was right. The terrain is everything, Duke. I agree. I support terrain theory. I look at germ theory as a total hoax and flawed idea. I do understand that there are elements of germ theory that were stolen from terrain theory and misrepresented. A whole concept of contagion, viruses, all of these things are figments, not real at all, and not even empirically proven. In fact, they just, in a sense, take cultures and redefine them. So everything we've been told regarding viruses and jabs, it's complete lies. Misrepresentations of reality, but also purposely done, not only to scale technologies and create new industries, but also to literally control people from the inside out. That's the thing. If they want to have a certain population of people sick, they could very easily do that when they require a type of compulsory biomedical system that guarantees people are going to take these injections that will cause illness of all kinds. And I think at worst death, but at best allergy, which creates opportunity to sell drugs and also to control behavior. All right, let's see. Let's keep it moving here. What we got next? I'll save this. This is not related. I don't know why I had that there. Oh, I always have to refer back to this film. I really hope I don't get hit for it, but I have to show you this, not only because I love the film, and I know it wasn't that great, okay? The acting was kind of lame, costumes were kind of lame. Some even say the whole plot was kind of lame. I don't know, something about it just really fascinates me, and I like the film, but I always have to return to the time machine. And when I think of ChatGPT, when ChatGPT came out, the first thing that popped into my mind was that digital librarian. Let's look at that here. Check this out. If you guys remember this is what I believe they're aiming to work towards, and this is just like a subtle example. Check this out.
All right, attention everyone. Class 23, could we gather, please? Our next stop is Antiquities. Please make sure that your micro scans are charged for download 2 by 2. Let's look lively, 2 by 2. And Thomas, if you do that again, I will resequence your DNA, so help me.
Pay attention. She says, if you do that again, I will resequence your DNA, so help me. In that this is a biotechnological society. And if you notice, they all had these transparent-like tablets. Very prescient in this. I think this was 2002. Yeah. Very, very interesting.
Now march. March. 2 by 2, please. Look lively.
Welcome to Vox System. How may I help you?
His name is Vox System. I personally believe this is going to be, as a representation of what possibly could transpire over, say, the next few years, this is how AI will be utilized, at least from the consumer base. It will be this almost humanized Google, right? Humanized Google. This movie is called The Time Machine, 2002. I love this film. I know it gets a lot of people crap on it, but I love this film. It's so predictive, and just the imagination, and I just like time travel in general. It's always fascinated me as, something visually. It's not like I believe in any of this crap, but I really like this film, and this always stuck with me. I was in my 20s when I saw this, and it was way before, I was, even aware of a lot of these things. But this character always stuck with me, and I think I was just like, wow, wouldn't it be cool to be able to just speak to this machine and get all the data I want? Because I've always kind of been someone interested in learning. So to me, this was like a gold mine. I was like, this would be awesome, So I think what we will be, and we already are with ChatGPT, using ChatGPT similar to how this character in this film is.
I didn't see you there. Always seem to have that effect. How may I help you, sir? What is that thing? That is my photonic memory core, or a PMC as we say in the trade. Over here, sir. What are you? I'm the Fifth Avenue Public Library Information Unit. Box registration NY-114. How may I help you? Oh, a stereopticon of some sort. Stereopticon? Oh, no, sir. I am a third-generation fusion-powered photonic with verbal and visual link capabilities connected to every database on the planet.
This is precisely what we will be seeing very soon. And I think ChatGPT already represents, at least to a degree, this informational capability, like the connectivity and the access to data. I think the ChatGPT is already demonstrating some of this. It doesn't have the Black Google. That's funny. It doesn't have the physical representation like we have here. With I forget this guy's name. I think it's like starts with an O or something. I can't remember his name, the actor. But it doesn't have it's not necessarily has its human impression, but this is around the corner, guys. We're not far from this. That's why when ChatGPT came out, literally the first thing that popped in my mind was this scene.
A compendium of all human knowledge. Area of inquiry?
Do you know anything about physics?
Ah, accessing physics.
Mechanical engineering. Dimensional optics. Phonography. Temporal causality. Temporal paradox.
Time travel?
Yes.
Accessing science fiction?
No, practical application. My question is, why can't one change the past?
Because one cannot travel into the past.
Now I don't want to get hit for that, so we're gonna have to turn that. Great scene, amazing film. It's my personal belief that this is a big aspect of the simulation theory. They will be trying to refute that entire conversation there, in that through the false presupposition, and I would also argue the just imaginative and manipulative ideas behind simulation theory, they will aim to convince people that time travel is possible. And through screens, through video, through holograms, or through holographic representations, manipulation of light and electromagnetic fields, they will convince people that it's actually real, because they won't be able to tell the difference between real and unreal when they start to integrate these different sensorial systems into our reality. And that's how they will accomplish time travel, not in any real sense, but in a sense rooted in a false perspective, or should I say a manipulative perception of the audience, right? That's one of their big goals, to finally establish time travel. And through this, they will take a very Orwellian stance in that they aim to change the past and shape the future. Yes, deception, not for to you. Good to see you. Absolutely. It'll all be, even today, even with ChatGPT and a lot of this AI that's coming out, even with Neuralink and all these neurotechnologies and transhumanism in general, is all based on deception. And it's because, again, from my view, we get back to this idea of just the overzealous nature, the naive optimism, the psychopathy, the demonic nature, the possession of a lot of these designers, and also their just preoccupation with making their fantasies reality. They have to root it in deception, because most of us will be like, y'all crazy, and this is stupid. So of course they got to convince us otherwise, right? This is another one of my mentors, as far as, you know, some of the thought processes in media theory, not necessarily the man, but some of his models have definitely influenced me quite a bit. Let's listen to this 1966 clip of Marshall McLuhan. Very prescient, very important, very, very important.
You know that most people read ads about things they already own. They don't read things to buy them, but to feel reassured that they have already bought the right thing. In other words, they get huge information satisfaction from ads, far more than they do from the product itself. Where advertising is heading is quite simply into a world where the ad will become a substitute for the product, and all the satisfactions will be derived informationally from the ad, and the product will be merely a number in some file somewhere. Instead of going out and buying a package book, of which there have been 5,000 copies printed, you will go to the telephone, describe your interests, your needs, your problems, and say, I'm working now on the history of Egyptian arithmetic, I know a bit of Sanskrit, I'm qualified in German, and I am a good mathematician. They said, it'll be right over. And they at once Xerox, with the help of computers from the libraries of the world, all the latest material just for you personally, not as something to be put out on the bookshelf. They send you the package as a direct personal service. This is where we're heading under electronic information conditions. Products increasingly are becoming services. You know that.
You know exactly what he's talking about, right? Prior to them even existing. Very prescient thinker. He's talking about digital services and digital assets. We're already seeing that right now through NFTs, for instance, just as an example. And just personalized information gathering that we use AI for. I mean, his books are a bit dry, sometimes difficult to get through because they're really heady. But man, this guy, man, been on point forever. So let's see what we got. Now let's bring it to a present time. Let's get a little present example. A modern, current, contemporary representation of some of these directions. these concepts of AI, these concepts of personal assistant. I'll even add to personal assistant, personal companion. Yes, of course, nothing other than Megan, right?
OMG, I love this collider. 2023 is the year of Megan. And is it anything I can't do? Of course not. Next step, Rolling Stone, cover star. Plus, I slay the dance floor, which Mashable clearly gets. I see you. You're going to have a killer time at my movie. I'll be watching you to make sure you're there.
You see how they're slowly accomplishing the humanization of the machine through these characters. Again, getting back to this idea of creating an AI influencer or AI politician, some AI celebrity, for instance, that we've seen in films. It's not new ideas, but it's happening in the real world now. And I think she's just a perfect example of one of these early AI types of characters that are being, in a sense, like sold as a person. Right, speaking to us like you're gonna love me. It has an identity. And some can say, well, aren't cartoon characters like this? Well, yeah, sure. Animated characters, sure. But this is a little different. Actually, it's a lot different. Very, very, very viral right now. So, last point here, henosis. It's my view. There's a lot of different terms to describe this. Henosis is just one, through concepts like theurgy, becoming one. I'm not referring to Leibniz concept of the monad, but I'm referring to a digital concept of the monad, in that they're working towards a monad or the monad where everything is one. I think a philosophy we could compare it to is maybe animism, or something like Spinoza's kind of universalism. This idea of everything is spirit, everything is God. A lot of these new age people talk like this. It's all nonsense. It's completely illogical and has no base in reality. But this is the goal of the new age. This is the goal of the post-human era through systems theory, of course. But post-humanism seems to rely upon technology and scientific language to describe something that's been here forever, that's very old, that goes all the way back to these spiritual schools, the mystery schools and some of these new age religions. It's all the same. It's essentially they just changed the language. And post-humanism, as a result of transhumanism, creates a world based on the systems theory where everything is information. And I'm looking at this as a type of henosis, where in henosis, let me actually get the, I believe I pulled up the definition here. Here we go. Henosis. Henosis is a classical Greek word for mystical oneness, union, or unity. In Platonism, and especially Neoplatonism, the goal of henosis is union with what is fundamental in reality, the one, the source. That's what you hear with a lot of Gnostics, this concept of source. We got to get back to source. It's like this place where God, man, everything is one. It's just this one interconnected, enmeshed, pure system. And that, in my view, is precisely what the spatial web presents, precisely what Internet of Bodies presents. It makes us one with the digital experience. And this is precisely what mixed reality presents as well. It merges the gap, the binaries, the boundaries between reality and virtuality. And if we're going to use psychological terminology, because that's how I entered into this whole concept through psychology and the understanding of that split or that fusion of internal external based on Kernberg's work and how he describes the insane or the schizophrenic. It tends to be rooted in this disruption or this merging, this enmeshment of external and internal, not knowing the self from the environment. It all becomes one, and it's expressed in insanity. And this is precisely that's psychological language. But if we look at it spiritually, or if we look at it, if we use more philosophical or religious terms, henosis is one of them. There's several of these terms. The other ones aren't coming to me at the moment, but I believe this is, in a sense, and there's many ways to get to this conclusion, because I'd say it's pretty easy when we think about everything is becoming one, right? Everything is merging, whether it's man and machine, data and flesh, right? Life and inanimate object, everything's merging and becoming one. So, and then Henosis just in a sense adds the spiritual component, or like the idea of a God, right? And I think when we look at a lot of this technology, the God is knowledge. It's kind of this Gnostic view, right? Like the God of it all, though they may claim it's AI, what is AI other than knowledge, other than information, right? That's in a sense controlled by a human. So it's just in a sense, it comes back to self-worship, human worshiping themselves, my ability to control this AI and create this like God-like omniscience, omnipotence, omnipresence. So it always goes right back to that old Luciferian satanic perspective. Yeah, singularity, exactly. That's another term I was looking for, handsome and brilliant. Singularity, precisely. Everything becoming one, singularity. The one, the source, or monad. The Neoplatonic concept has precedence in the Greek mystery religions as well as parallels in Eastern philosophy. I think Buddhism is an example, Hinduism as well. It is further developed in the Corpus Hermeticum, in Christian theology, Alevism, soteriology, and mysticism. And we've talked about all these things at length for years now, and is an important factor in the historical development of monotheism during late antiquity. Now, what we're dealing with here is really just the manipulation, I'd say the warping of Christian ideals, of faith-based concepts, all under the guise of progress, human evolution through technology, and systems that deal with information and information only. And it's very Gnostic in that it almost condemns the flesh and worships the abstract or the information, right? It's this kind of like dual, like, it's interesting. It's really weird and creepy, but I really see a lot of this AI, spatial web, internet of bodies, like this connection of human flesh through biotech, but also human psychology through behavior, merging with technology and systems through AI and data collection, but also a type of God-like management of it all, kind of like the man in the sky controlling it all, and through the form of AI. I see that coming together rather simply, here. And it makes me think of, here's an image. This is an image of a monad. And this is kind of a representation of it all. Like here you have on the outside, you have like the data systems, the nodes and the information. And possibly on these, you have the waters. And here you have the land, the material, the concrete. And in the middle here, you have the bodies, you have the humans, you have the human substance. So at the core, its nucleus is that human substance. I think that's so important why they focus on, well, clearly because Satan is jealous and he wants to destroy God's creation, but they rely on that human factor that you can't recreate humanity. It's only something that God could do. So it's that like morsel in the center. And then outside of that is the environment constructed in them, the waters and the air and the elements, and around all of it that control it all and manage it and monitor it are the data sets and nodes. Just as a visual, it's just an idea. It's not necessarily anything concrete, but just helps the thought process a bit. And then I think of just the mere concept of demonology and fallen angels, and how a lot of this technology stems. Yeah, there we go, Dento Bean. Good one. Does look like an all-seeing eye of sorts. And then I think of like falling angel technology, where all of this is coming from, in my view, essentially. I think of demonology. And of course, I always have to go back, especially if we're going to talk about mystery religions, we have to go to the greatest magi of all time. And of course, that's Solomon. And so you can't help but address the Goetia, right? Because it's so important with regard to demonology and spiritism and powers of principalities, that I personally believe a lot of this technology is going to be occupied by. And I know that's probably a little far out for some people who aren't believers, etc., but I really do see these technologies, especially these networks, in a sense, being manned by some of these spirits, right? And what's also interesting is I went to the Lockheed Martin site here, and they have a system called hypnosis. Yeah, it hit hard when I saw this. I was like, damn. And even this visual here, it's like this is their goal. This is their ultimate goal, to create creation over again. And I know I made this claim early in the pandemic, and I still kind of play with the idea. I'm not married to it. I'm not married to any idea, honestly. But I was thinking like, and this is a bit far out, so bear with me. And some of you will remember me making this claim, or at least bringing this up. I was thinking like, the way they were pushing all of these therapies and all of this really crazy tech on millions of people, just all of a sudden, like rushing us all to like get this stuff in us. I was like, okay, clearly this is like a Depop thing. There's that definitely an aspect of it. But then I was thinking about the transhumanist element. It's not only about, vanishing away a lot of people, but it's also just literally re-engineering humanity through these new type of digital systems, of course, biotechnology, recreating the quote unquote, or should I say, creating a digital immune system through these devices and these therapies, but also in a sense like re-engineering the human from the inside out through their novel tech. And then I was thinking like, it's both of these things. And these are just some of my ideas about all of this. You guys know I go all kind of places when it comes to this whole thing. But I was thinking like, okay, so clearly there's a transhumanist angle, and clearly there's a depopulation angle. What if we even add to that the idea of creation itself? And then I was thinking about like Satan and Lucifer and how he was jealous. He fell to the earth. He was kicked out. He brought all these angels with him. They brought all these technologies. It's like from the gate, from the literal gate, he was like, I'm about to change things here. I'm better. I'm going to show him how it's really done. So I was like, okay, what if this is just part of a massive, this is nothing. Like what we're dealing with now is nothing. This war is going to go on for generations, guys. And it's been going on. It's just incremental, and it works in stages, and it works in cycles, right? So a lot of people get wrapped up with our time. Our time's extremely important. I'd say it's probably one of the most significant times in human history, but there's much more to come way after we're long and gone from this place, in my view. But I was thinking, this is a long haul. This is Satan's work. This is the great work. This is the long haul, man. We're just dealing with a very significant aspect of the whole process, right? So I was thinking like, what if the ultimate goal, and this is just the kind of emerging next step of it, what if the ultimate goal is Satan wants to start over? He wants to start from the beginning again. What if he is like trying to create this new garden? And the way he's trying to accomplish that is ridding the earth of the majority of people such that there's such a small population, say like what we read in scripture in the beginning of things, and starting civilization from the beginning with a small population. Kind of out there, just an idea, but I can't help but think about that. Like, what if the plan is ultimately to start over and to do it his way, in his image, through technology? Like really, like start over, start civilization from zero, a reset. Yes, Mo Griff, a reset. What if that's the reset? What if that's the real reset? Not this like fourth industrial revolution. Like, what if his goal is really just to wipe the earth of it, just kind of a small population and start civilization, start humankind over? I play with the idea. Definitely not married to it. I know it's a bit out there, but it's something that stuck with me from the very beginning, and it hasn't left. Back to this concept of hypnosis. This is Lockheed Martin, okay? Hypnosis, TM. Warfighting commands currently operate across 5 domains: ground, maritime, airspace, and cyber. To operate across these domains, the Army and Marine have tanks, artillery, maneuver vehicles, and aircraft as warfighting platforms. Blah, 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 blah. Let's see. Yeah, in his image. Exactly. I know he wants to recreate at least some sense of civilization through technology in his image. But what if he just wants to kind of like get rid of all of like the old world people and create this new type of transhumanist people, like the Giver, for instance, like that kind of human population like you would see in that film or read in that book, The Giver. Just an idea. It's important for Lockheed Martin to help our customers transition away from the one-off solutions that tend to exist now in cyber. That is, with the cyber and intelligence team, developed an integrated cyber mission system prototype known as Henosis to inform the solution for the competition for the unified platform. Henosis derives its name from the classic Greek term for unity and would serve as a single collaborative interface for users to launch defensive and offensive cyber operations and intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance. Interesting, isn't it? Very, very interesting. That stuck with me when I saw that. I was like, wow. It all makes sense. Like, this is the ultimate goal, oneness, right? This whole system. It's really interesting to ponder. And we've been kind of working on this idea for years, but the princess, hey, good to see you, sis, says, how do you feel about defense companies as far as being prepared to defend the country if we weren't the aggressor? Great question. You know, I think this speaks to the whole idea of there always being like two sides to the story. Like nothing is one thing. Like, it's like, I guess we could say the same thing about AI or machine learning. Like, couldn't there be some good applications? Couldn't there be some worthy applications that aren't necessarily bad? And I guess we could say the same thing about, say, defense. But then that would ultimately lead me to the military. And I don't think the military nor the government can be trusted in any sense, though they do have power. They do control our environment. So we do have to accept that they're in power, but that doesn't necessarily mean that we have to trust them, right? Or approve of them. But when it comes to defense, I guess personally kind of have the disposition of, it's always for any event, any action would be in pursuit of the interests of the state and not the people. Even though some of those interests or some of those pursuits or actions could benefit the people, I guess ultimately speaking, I would say that, I don't look at it positively at all, but let's just say, come on, man. Let's just say some country all of a sudden started dropping bombs on us, right? Of course, we're going to want the military to do something. So there's always that dissonance there, There's always that dissonance. It's one of those tough situations. It's kind of, I guess the same thing can be said about law enforcement, right? It's like, yeah, I don't trust the police for the most part, man. I grew up in areas where, police were the enemy, where you get involved with the wrong cop and you could be in jail for life, or at least for a long time. You could do a bit or something. But me personally, I never had a bad experience with a cop. In fact, I mean, if I'm going to be completely honest, all of my experiences with cops, especially like being pulled over, I've been pulled over many times, especially years ago. Like, I used to have really, really long dreads, and I would get pulled over all the time. It was like clockwork, especially driving around in like Oakland. And, I was working in a nearby city that was more affluent. I had a good job in a nice city. So, I'd get pulled over all the time just based on profile. But they were always really cool, man. They always were really cool, just checking in, and they'd hear me speak and be like, okay, this guy's not a hoodlum, and I'd show them my my UC Berkeley ID, and they just, okay, go ahead. So maybe that helped. Maybe that helped. But I've always had I've always come in contact with really cool cops, man. Like, and I've had family that were cops too. So I respect the job and the work. It's just, it's a flawed industry like most, but at the same time, sometimes it depends on where you're at in your experiences. Cops are looked at as being essentially untrustworthy or corrupt, and there's a lot of corrupt aspects of law enforcement, especially when we look into the Masonic aspect of it. But then again, hey man, if you're getting robbed, you know, you're gonna call the cops. So, you know, yeah, you gotta, Melanie, yeah, you gotta be nice. I've always very respectful, you know, to any authority, even though I have issues with authority. I don't necessarily agree with a lot of authority. I think it's a lot of nonsense to just be able to have all this type of power because of some thing you've been given, not necessarily respect of persons in that regard. But I do, you know, just I guess that's how I was raised, you know, just, you know, be presentable, speak proper, be respectful to your elders. Those in positions of authority, have respect until you're disrespected, right? I've always, and I'm just chill. I'm just a chill person. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want to be bothered. So I'm going to try to get out of the situation as soon as possible. So most likely I'm just going to be like super cooperative so I can go about my damn business. You know, I don't have some big ego where I'm like, oh, you got to treat me a certain way. It's like, look, man, people are going to be who they are, you know? But I've had many run-ins with cops, but pretty much all of them have been super chill, man. And there's been times where I even had stuff on me, you know. Back in my day, I literally had stuff on me, and they let me go. Stuff I should have went to jail for, honestly. You know, I was a partier. I was into parties, man. I used to do a lot of party stuff. Let's just say that. I was the plug for a minute. Trust. And yeah, man. I got let go in many situations. So anyhow, man, that's a good question, Princess. You know, because it always comes down to trust and the degree of these relationships we have. You know, am I being detained? Right? Exactly. Question authority, Bob D. I've always been that type. I mean, I don't think I'd be doing this work if I wasn't that type. But I guess when it comes to, I don't know, man. I guess maybe it's the way I was raised in the areas I was raised in. You're always afraid of cops. It's just a fear. You see a cop, you're afraid, period. Even if you've done nothing wrong. I mean, even to this day, a cop gets behind me, my heart starts beating. You know, it's just something that's been instilled in me since I was a child. But I know how to act, man. And I understand human behavior. You be respectful, you be nice. Most of the time, people will reciprocate and mirror, right? But, you know, at the same time, don't get it twisted, you know. We can get it in if we have to. But I even to this day, like, I really don't like feeling that way. It's like, what is wrong with me? Why do I have that immediate reaction, right? I have that immediate reaction of fear. Respect is earned. I agree. Truth bites. I mean, that's kind of one of my mottos, but I don't know, when it comes to cops, it's just different. I could see all types of like horrible things cops do on the internet, and it's real. But at the same time, if I look at my personal experience, they've always been pretty good for the most part, honestly. Like, I'm thankful for every cop I ran into that could have took me down for something that didn't, you know. And, you know, it's not like I was doing anything crazy. Aside from just party drugs and stuff like that, man, I was a good kid. And that was only for a span of years, like after college, you know. Actually, no. That was during college. Never mind. Yeah, that was during and after. Like a decade. Let's just say a decade. A decade of just pure, you know, counterculture 2.0. We'll say that, you know. Rave parties, all that stuff, man. That was, you know, late 90s, early 2000s. That was a thing to do if you were in the Bay Area and you were part of like our cultural circles. That's what we were doing. So, you know, they weren't legal. The parties weren't even legal for the most part. Yeah, Harpazo, I pray he is, because there are many situations that tell me I shouldn't be here right now, but I am. So I'm thankful. That's most of us, bro. Yeah, Hulk, you know the deal, man. You already know, man. I don't gotta explain that to you. Yeah, I think certain groups of men deal with that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, fell into the culture trap, Chad. Yep, I did, man. And you know, I learned a lot. Man. I'm just so thankful for where I'm at now. All praises to the Most High God in Christ, man. I thank Him every day. I really do. That's very nice, NFG. I appreciate that. I'm thankful for you as well. I'm thankful for all of you, man. I truly am. Never would I imagine I'd be here with you guys today. Never. Let's see here. I think we are getting to the end here. Let's see. Oh, man, we did a good 4.5 here. Almost went 5. Someone was asking for 5 earlier. I wasn't sure, but, man, we almost did it. The monad. Yeah, digital twin certainty. So, theosis, that's another term like kenosis, theosis, all-knowing. So we have 3D simulation, AI algorithms, cloud computing. This creates spatial knowledge and information storage that creates the spatial web. This is, in a sense, an aspect of the monad that they want to trap humankind into. The difference between information and knowledge, we'll talk about that eventually because that's very important. And they're going to more and more equate the two, information and knowledge, when they're very, very different. Spatial as the key to the omnipresence, omniscience, and omnipotence, full spectrum. Digitally cultivating our natural surroundings is how I define henosis. So they're digitally cultivating our surroundings and our bodies, right? And they're doing this through spatialism and digitization of everything. Hence electrification, electrical cars. You know, no more fossil fuels, you know, everything digital. These are the steps towards a type of, you know, digital henosis. Aims to circumvent natural causal events. And this is important here. They aim to circumvent natural causal events in reality by simulating reality through algorithms. They're trying to eliminate risk and guarantee, or should I say establish certainty. And that's just anti-human. It's contradictory to life. I mean, life is about risk and danger and joy and love and pain, you know, suffering. It's so interesting the way they're really, through this technology, just logically, these are the conclusions. What happens when you connect things as such and you rely upon simulation, prediction, certainty through digital algorithms. I mean, this is what you get. The attempt to remove risk from life, to remove suffering, to perfect humankind. But that is that perfection, right? So we have to get to the whole idea of what's perfect. I would think perfect is what God created. That is all things interconnected and pure and perfect, whether that be good or bad. I think that's how you get reality, by having binaries, boundaries, separations, delineation, etc. You know, negation. This whole concept of difference is so important. I mean, that's what makes things what they are. I mean. So they aim to circumvent these natural causes, the natural causal events, so they can guarantee or predict everything. And this is when we get into simulated reality, because think about it. If they can create through algorithms a type of simulated reality, say in a virtual world like the metaverse, for instance, and if everyone starts living in there, they're no longer living in reality. They're living in a pre-ordained, designed reality that's rooted in a type of patterned machine learning. So that's not reality and not living. Don't you think there will be a reaction to that? Of course. So again, a lot of this stuff is idealism. It's this idyllic futurist world. It's not reality, and I don't think is actually possible. Now, if this is how Revelations is supposed to play out this way, then okay. But we don't know that. I'm not going to claim like I know that. Right? So we don't know if this whole thing is going to fail and then some other plan is going to roll out over the next however many years. We don't know. I think it'd just be arrogant and foolish to say otherwise. Keep Steadies in the building. Good to see you, bro. Always great to see you. Been around since the very beginning. Thank you for joining, man. Love you as well, bro. Dank Bud, all y'all, man. Rob Tick. Yeah, man. Appreciate you guys. Of course, Kobe. Shout out to Kobe. Mo Griff. Mac TV. You know, all the homies. Regmon. You know, and all the sisters. Melody's Child. Shawana. Bari, all you guys, man. Appreciate you. And, you know, that's why I don't really feel too bad about doing long form. We're bringing long form back. We're keeping long form alive, right? Because everything is going to bits and pieces and segments and shorts and stories chopped up. What did Alan Toffler say? The blip culture. Everything's in blips. Nah, man. We sitting here, we chatting, we talking. We gonna put it out there for a long time. We gonna sit here for a minute and go over all kind of deep stuff for fun. All right? That's what humans do. We sit around fires and talk for hours about deep concepts and crazy stuff that just fascinates us. That's human. Sitting looking at a screen, looking at something different every 15 seconds, that ain't human. That's robotic, if you ask me. Period. They want to decrease the influence of chance, I think. Pure certainty through pure information, and the management and control of it through algorithm. Mass simulation. That's their goal. Will they succeed? I doubt it. But that's all up to the Most High. Fallen angel technologies detailed in the Lesser Key of Solomon and the Goetia strip God's creation. Strip God's creation made in his image of its intrinsic nature, inverting its image from blood and bone and spirit to cold informational mechanism. Bodiless, formless, demonic principalities envy our bodies, our form, and idiosyncrasies and nuance. We transcend yet our physical nature at once. So we're not only physical material beings, natural beings, we're also transcendent. They're jealous of this. We humans, we humans are the complete and made perfect creation, the apple of our Creator's eye. Hence, the great works move towards virtuality and informationalism, rendering humankind to pure information, a formless substance. Interesting. I wrote that down the other day after we finished up the show, or last week technically, and all of this is just starting to make so much more sense. So let's end there. I think that was good. I think we knocked it out the park today. We did a good 4.5, man. I appreciate you guys. I love you guys, and we'll be back next Saturday with another one. More very, very weird and interesting stuff here at Future Shock with yours truly. If you appreciate this work, if you find value in this work, it's value for value. So of course we always ask that you assist in this work, in this production, by donation, Patreon. Shout out to the Patreons, man. We got a whole new program coming for you guys this year. Been working on some stuff for months now, so I appreciate you guys for hanging on and continuing to keep that community going, because you guys are the ones that have built it, and I mean, it's awesome. So I hope you enjoy the meals. Please, as always, tip your server. You know, I'm here to serve you. That's what this work is about, serving you and the Most High God in Christ. So I want to thank you for joining, and we will be back ASAP. So much more on the way. This year's gonna be heavy. And I'm not saying it's some dark, scary way. No, a lot of this stuff is smoke and mirrors, man. That's how I look at it. A lot of this stuff is smoke and mirrors, and it's built up on hubris and man's warped flesh, and it isn't based in reality. So I'm not really concerned for the most part, though I do understand that a lot of people will be affected in a negative way, more than we're willing to accept, unfortunately. But we'll be here to keep tabs, take notes, and put out the truth. Until then. So I want to thank you all for joining. As always, I want to end the show by saying all praises to the Most High God. In Jesus' name, amen and shalom.